talk, say time no day aside, oh. Say for our world, they quick, they dark, yo. And I go love her till I die, go. But our hearts don't turn to stone. The man say market no they sell, everything it cost he passed before. But our governor he fight he passed before. One day my turn go come to chop. The politician say him know the truth. Say nobody won't hear the truth. He take power, take bulletproof. Buy properties overseas. No we create the world. No we you create the world. We dey point the finger at each other, but no we create the world. They like to take my time, but I dey waste the people time. My plan is good, my method has show. Everybody they talk say I do. You they always they like to save yourself, to avoid the mistake of the past. You know they ever fit forget the people wait for your hand before. No you create yourself. No, we me create myself. We dey point the finger at each other, but no, we me create the world. Something, everybody don't forget. Say now our word and our action, now in the shape reality. Awelewa foríjì mi, mo làkàkà kí n tó débí. Rírọ̀ mẹ́tẹ́ ò ṣe dé mi, níbi líle là ń bọ́kùnrin. Ìfẹ́ rẹ̀ ṣá ló dúró tì mí, bó dúdú bó funfun bó pupa. Ìfẹ́ rẹ̀ ṣá ló múnú tù mí, nínú ẹ̀rùn àtòjò àtàìlera. Bí n bá fà á wọ́n ló le, bí n bá túlẹ̀ wọ́n ló rọ̀. Bí n dúró wọ́n máa mèrè, bí n bá sá wọ́n ní mo kiri. Àwa lọ àwa bọ̀, ohun wọn kọ́ para wọn, ohun wa ní ìlànà ní tèmi ní tèmi. Àwa lọ àwa bọ̀, tèmi ló jẹ́ lálẹ́ òní o. Gbogbo ìgbà tí ó wá lọ, mo mọ̀ ó padà wá.
Yeah, maybe you hear me on your telly or your radio. Maybe you think about those nights we had to let go. Wish I know how to get done now. It's all for show, baby. Let it go. Let it go, he said to me. What me, oh, baby, show up. Past two, Adeyemi, oh, baby, jọ̀wọ́. Adeyemi, oh, baby, jọ̀wọ́. When you go down me low, baby, down me low, down me low, baby. When you go down me low.
Good morning, ma, and good morning, sirs. We want to kick off the program now. Now, we're supposed to start the program by 10 a.m., but we're just waiting for people to come around. And we are very sorry for the delay, but we keep going with the program, and we believe other people will be joining us. Now, I want to welcome every one of us once again, and if you are for this program and you're outside, you can come in. You can come in. And if you are still yet to register, we have the registration stand outside there. Let's try and register. Now, the next thing on our program is the national anthem. The national anthem. The national anthem. The national anthem. Please, if you are for this program, you can come in. Please, you can come in if you are for this program.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve a sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build our nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
Shall we have a seat? Once again, I want to welcome us to Youth Innovation and Futures in Africa. That is YIFA 1.0. Well, the next thing on our program is the welcome address and recognition of guests by Mr. Elijah. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. You may be seated. Distinguished guests, I know we might be surprised at the number of participants we have now, but let's not be moved by that, because we understand that it just takes a man to cause a paradigm shift and the continent becomes a better place. Distinguished guests, esteemed facilitators, revered scholars, development practitioners, innovators, entrepreneurs, students, ladies, and gentlemen. It's with immense joy, profound gratitude, and great optimism that I welcome you to the maiden edition of YIFA 1.0 Youth, Innovation, and Futures in Africa. Today marks more than the commencement of a program. It signifies the birth of a vision, a movement, and a collective commitment to the future of Africa. We are gathered here because we share a common conviction that Africa's development lies in the hands of Africans, and therefore Africans must be empowered to shape the future that they desire. At this juncture, I want to express my deepest appreciation to Dr. Olali and Mrs. Olali, the founding directors of the Valor Groups, for the gracious privilege of internship and for providing the platform through which many young people, including myself, have been discovered, developed, and deployed. That's the renowned 3D model of Dr. David Olali's transformational leadership. My association with Dr. David Olali the Valor Groups, and several of his initiatives has holistically impacted my life through mentorship, leadership development, and purposeful engagement. I have gained invaluable experiences that have significantly shaped my outlook and commitment to societal transformation. YIFA is in many respects one of the fruits of that investment in people. I'm also very elated to extend my heartfelt appreciation to the Institute of African Studies, University of Ibadan, ably led by the director, Professor Sola Olorunyomi, for the warm reception, institutional support, and encouragement extended towards this initiative. In same vein, I wish to appreciate the President and Executive of the Association of African Studies, University of Ibadan, for their quintessential collaboration and unwavering support. Our profound gratitude also goes to our grand patron in absentia, Ambassador Igali, PhD, OON, whose remarkable support, fatherly encouragement, and unequivocal belief in this initiative has immensely contributed to its successful emergence. To all our facilitators and speakers, thank you for gracing and accepting our invitation. Despite your demanding schedule and numerous commitments, you have chosen to invest your time, knowledge, and experience in shaping the next generation of African leaders and innovators. Please permit me to specially appreciate my incredible team whose commitment, resilience, and passion has sustained this project from conception to reality. Worthy of mention is Mr. Victor Akintude, the regional president of the Valor Groups, Ms. Folakemi Ayedun, our global talent skill acquisition director, Mr. Smarts, Mr. Sebasi, Bingpe, Okpelokpe Jesu, and every other member of the team. Thank you very much. To our esteemed participants and guests, thank you so much for honoring our invitation with your presence. I'm going to be asking some rhetorical questions that will form the crux of our discussion in the course of this event. And the first is this: who are we as Africans? What defines us? What makes us unique? These questions and many more will be explored throughout YIFA 1.0. We are cautious and sanguine because we believe that Africans' development lies in the hands of Africans. Therefore, Africans must be empowered, equipped, and inspired to become catalysts for societal development and sustainable development across the continent. To all the students, young entrepreneurs, our online audience, youth innovators, professionals, advocates for social change, and emerging leaders present here today, I encourage you to immerse yourself fully in every session and maximize every opportunity that this event presents. I wish you a truly remarkable, enriching, and transformative experience at YIFA 1.0. Thank you, and God bless Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But the next thing on our high time is the goodwill message by the ASA President, Mr. Adeyemi. You're welcome, sir. Message, the goodwill message, sir.
All protocol duly observed. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeyemi Ifayomi, the President of African Studies Student Association, African Studies, University of Ibadan. First, I will appreciate the organizer of the Youth Innovation, the first maiden edition, the regional president, and also Mr. Elijah. And I appreciate everyone at the auditorium here today. Thank you so much for coming. Like he said in his address, that the question of who are we as Africans These are the things that we need to address. And where we are in African continent, a program like this is the one that built the future of Africa. And the future is now. So we need to prepare very well. We need to start now. Action is very necessary to be taken. So on this note, I appreciate everyone for coming here today, and I wish us a very groundbreaking discussions and conversations around African community. And we are so sorry on behalf of the students. They are coming very soon. We have communicated to them because today is Saturday, but they are coming on their way. So on behalf of the Student Association, I welcome you all to the YIFA 1.0. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Really appreciate. Now I want to call Dr. Olali. You know, Mr. Elijah said a lot about Dr. Olali. He's the founding director. I would like to invite him for his address. You're welcome, sir. Dr. David Olali. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. For those present in person, we thank you for taking out the time to be here with us, as well as those who have joined us online. We thank you for joining us, finding the time to join us. This program, this event is made possible because we have a wonderful team of youth who are demonstrating that excellence is possible, that an Africa with its own agency, an Africa that does not need to crawl, begging the outside world for meatless bones. It's possible. Youth who are demonstrating what I describe simply as leadership. I'm excited to be working with these young men and women from different walks of life. I'm also using this opportunity to say I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to meet many of them for the first time physically in person, beginning about 2 weeks ago. I've been working with some of them for the past 3 years and some, but I got the opportunity to connect with them in person when I arrived the country. I am giving you this backdrop in my introductory remark because I'm hoping that you will be able to deduce a lesson from my relationship of working with these young people. One of the things, one of the recurring warnings I'd been given by almost everyone before and upon arrival to this country, back to this country, was do not trust anybody. I said, don't trust anybody. Don't trust your friends. Don't trust your family members. Just don't trust anybody. anybody. So, how do we carry on with life if the most important element, trust, in society is missing? So we have a country that is a continent, as a matter of fact, that is robustly religious, yet the critical infrastructure of trust is missing. Youth, innovation, and futures in Africa is born out of this environment, but to address a bigger geopolitical problem. I've been in the US for about 16 years now. This is my first time returning. And I've seen that hardly do you find any foreign leader who respects Africa. Nigeria in particular, there's a label they give us: thieves, 419ers. That's how they describe us. With all of our intelligence, and if you know this to be fact, as I do, with all of our degrees, Nigerians are well read in the US, we accumulate degrees. The average Nigerian in the US has no fewer than 3 degrees, the average. You have people with 7, 8 degrees. Yet, someone describes you as a thief, like you have no home, you have no basis, and you have no one to fight for you. You have no leader to speak up and say, stop that, stop calling my people thieves. After all, amongst ourselves, we tell ourselves, do not trust anybody. So we validate the statement. So I'm giving you this backdrop so you know this program is not born out of a mere theory. I love theory, but I prefer theory that is based on praxis. Theory that can solve problems. I was telling my team members this morning that overnight I was thinking that I would come in here with a truckload of granite to fix the potholes there. Because that there is a real problem that deserves attention. So the world is evolving everywhere. People are innovating. In fact, Nigerians are not left behind in innovation. We all know what JACPA means. JACPA is an innovative response to the situations that Nigerians find themselves. Unfortunately, JACPA means JACPA. Right? It leaves a gap because it takes the best out. We become slaves to foreign lands. I'm giving you this backdrop so you understand why we are here. I do not expect that we would, by fiat, be able to provide all solutions to all of our problems. But I expect that we can be courageous to start, to do something. So once again, I welcome everyone who is attending in person and those who are joining and will be joining us online and all. in person. I would quickly skim through some of my thoughts around YIFA 1.0. So the original broader picture of YIFA is youth, innovation, and futures for all, not Africa. The original idea. However, since A is also for Africa, and I'm an African, I converted the A to Africa. And by the way, I'll be going to Africa, so let's do something in Africa and call it futures, in Africa. So I just want to give you the vision of this program, how the Valor itself is a non-profit organization that functions around what we describe as 3 Ds. Number 3 and D. 3 Ds. Discovery, development, and deployment of leadership. That's what we intend to do. We like to connect with, identify, discover leaders, potential or real leaders, and work with them, develop them. And we don't want to stop there. We want to see them succeed on the stage, leading. And that's why today, with this program, the last person who has joined our program is the one who is coordinating this program. Please clap for Elijah Samuel. Elijah Samuel was the latest person to join our internship program, and as punishment for him, we decided to promote him and let him lead us. So I told him that the success of this program will be on his resume and the failure. And since I told him that, I have only been seeing success. I think it's working out. Let's clap for him. On that note, I should highlight, as this opportunity permits, a young man I have known for close to 20 years, Victor Awotunde, who has been the regional president of the Valor Groups for some time now. The only way I describe or qualify Victor is that since my reconnection with him about 3 years ago, he has only brought one thing into my life: joy. Before Victor joined the Valor Groups, I literally was spending millions of naira to get everything done, apart from breathing. So each time I wanted to do something in Nigeria, somebody tells me this, somebody tells me that. We want to go to government office. One woman says you need 1.2 million. Victor came into the picture and the financial hemorrhage stopped. So he has, I don't know by what magic he's been able to do it, assisted me in paying unnecessarily for things I need to get done. Please help me to appreciate Victor. So the mission, the vision here, I'll just read one or two things here. Excuse me. Number one is YIFA is bridging or seeking to bridge the digital divide through regional action. Number two is that we hope to foster sustainable youth-led grassroots solutions. Sustainable youth-led grassroots solutions. meaning we're finding solutions to our own problems. Linking academic research with industry tech leaders. Another mission. Another mission is transforming youth ideas into national policy inputs. And lastly, but not the least, we hope to build networks for long-term career growth. Networks. Now, if you take note, there is less emphasis on the individual. There's more emphasis on collective action. Collective action. So YIFA 1.0 is categorized around sub-themes. I wouldn't go or delve into the sub-themes, but I'll just mention or highlight them. One of them, the first is policy participation and involvement. We need youth to be involved at the level of policy making and to participate therein. You've heard people say that the leaders are too old, right? But if you've ever had experiences with young people leading or give them opportunity with an attempt to lead, you'd see how empty the average college degree holder actually is. I know I'm online, but it's true to say you have several PhDs who are idiots, but their degree is not in idiocy. Please take note of that. The second sub-theme will be around tech and digital transformation. The third is around sustainable growth. The fourth is education and readiness. Speaking of education and readiness, I am advancing a theory that Nigeria's or Africa's problem can find or begin to find solutions at the intellectual level before they become policy. Why did I say so? I said so because my work and evidence points to the fact that Nigeria's problems sit largely within the university systems. The professors are corrupt or they are ignorant. Not all of them, I should clarify, but I've seen a lot of that around the country. I've traveled, given lectures at universities during my visit to Olorunyomi, to Abeokuta, to Ede twice, Adeleke and Redeemers. Next at UI here, at Iwo, Bowen University, and lastly I'll be at Dominion University. I mistakenly drove into a university called the Lead City University, purportedly a private university. By my experience, that university is the worst, infrastructurally speaking, experience I've seen in this country. And I need to highlight this point. It's not a personal attack. Now, I'd like to talk about, quickly, overcoming of systemic barriers. Because all of these things I mentioned previously, the ideas, the sub-themes, we need to be aware that there are barriers. There are barriers to be surmounted you need to overcome before we can get to a place of sustainable development. For instance, today, Nigeria is plagued by the disease of insecurity. As I stated at the outset, we are living in an environment of mistrust, mutual mistrust. In fact, everyone is a prospective or suspect kidnapper. Am I right? If you tell me, let us pray now, I won't close my eyes because I don't want to open my eyes in a cage with Bankere whooping me. Say, you did not say amen very well. Is that my crime? Now call your family to send 50 million. Say, are you the one answering the prayer, me? Say, no, you have been stubborn. I don't have 50 naira. How much more? 50 million. Please be aware that the size of this gathering is not as important as the size of the will in your heart. Did you hear that? Did you hear what I said? The size of this audience is not as important as the size of the gut that you carry. You see, two Fulani people or two Yoruba people with AK-47 can take over a city of cowards. And similarly, two bold people can penetrate the army of the enemy and defeat them. So there's a psychology of defeat that goes ahead to defeating an army before the actual war begins. And a good evidence of that is a story of the United States of America fighting for its life, fighting to survive. The onslaught of the army of an empire, the Great Britain. So if you read or you recite the American anthem, you see the story of their valor being told, the story of their resilience, the story of their refusal to capitulate despite the barraging, the bloodshed, the massive military onslaught of an empire. Today, the once ragtag community is the world power. And I tell people, dearly beloved, it did not happen because they could pray. Because those who pray alone without having nuclear weapons are not those who are respected at the United Nations. Those who go on pilgrimage to receive divine revelations at walls, they are the ones that cannot protect themselves from Boko Haram. But the people whose countries we visit on religious pilgrimages have nuclear weapons, have nuclear defense systems. I think we need to check or recheck our academic curriculum. Something is fundamentally wrong. Something is wrong. If our degrees are only good enough to run away from our problems, then our teachers have problems. Respect to the professors in the house. But those statements are not statements I can recant. I'm a personal witness to that. So for a first-class student in animal science, how does that translate to the production of animals, to the treatment of diseases, right? Hopefully. So finally, in my welcome speech, I'm letting you know that this is not just theoretical. I will be proposing, for those who are interested to follow up or those who will listen to the speech afterwards, a $1 billion innovation drive, because talk is cheap and freedom is not free. Freedom must be paid for. If you want to be free from Boko Haram and bandits, you got to pay the price for the freedom. Not ransom. You're paying for ransom. You're not paying for freedom. When you're ready to be free, that is when you're ready to confront your problems. But when you're not ready to be free, you pay ransom. And ransom is perennial. You pay this month, you pay, the next calendar is coming. That's what ransom is. But when you want freedom, you take a stand. Those who want freedom, they take a stand. You know, a professor wrote me last week, I should say this, a professor from this school here, you are here, that might delivering a lecture at a department, he's not for it, he's also not against it. Because of this environment, I should not tell you what I wanted to tell him, but people around me prevented me from typing back to him. Because I wanted to tell him that he has wasted his time becoming a professor if he cannot have a position. So one thing you must have, or leave this audience with, is that you need to have a position. And you need to innovate to have a position. You cannot be normal, because everyone is normal. You must be abnormal to innovate. The bandits today in Nigeria are actually the innovators. They innovated. They know they can take people into the bush, and they know that coward security apparatus cannot come to them. They are safe. That's innovation. Now you need to innovate further to beat the innovation of your enemies. You need to think. You cannot think normal. You must think abnormal. And I'm saying that with every sense and fiber of my being. In fact, I'm reckless about that. Once again, I put a pause here. I'd like to thank Professor Bolanle Oladejo for being here. Please help me give her a hand. And also Professor Monserrat Balogun, thank you for being here. You see, for those who know how to read scriptures the way I do, you would know that women are always present when men are absent. Whatever meanings you take from that, I didn't say it. It is just your understanding, right? Thank you for being here. And I am hopeful, trusting that your presence here will lead towards something meaningful for both our participants here and others who will be joining this journey with us. Because I think that it's about time for us to start really thinking what we think we know about how we live our lives around this hemisphere. Once again, thanks to my leader, I call him my leader, Elijah Samuel, for his marvelous leadership and graciously accepting to lead us to where we are. Finally, before I go, I'd like you to clap for yourselves for being here today. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Olali, the founding director of the Velus and this program. Appreciate every one of us once again, and those that are watching us on platforms online, we also welcome you. And once again, I want to welcome all our guests. Ademowo, you're welcome once again. Every one of us, I welcome you. And once again, kudos to my Oga, Mr. Elijah. You have done very well. Now, the next thing on our program is the remark from our grand patron. I believe the media, they're ready. That's Ambassador Igali.
All delegates at this very important YIFA conference. I thank you for the future to brainstorm and also strategically brand ourselves and to assess emerging talents and to show high engagement and visibility among ourselves and to see different ways in which the future of our youth can be enhanced. On this occasion, I emphasize that the future of Nigeria is in our youth. So we are happy that we are gathered here together in the great city of Ibadan. And I wish you the best. I'll be joining you very soon. I hope we can make a lot of progress. Thank you very much. Okay. God bless you.
Yeah, please a round of applause for our grand patron. Yeah, well seated, ladies and gentlemen. Our grand patron is unavoidably absent. He's far away in the city of Abuja. But like we say in spiritual parlance or in Christian or religious terms, he's here with us in the spirit. Yeah, and Dr. Olali, thank you so much, sir, for that warm acknowledgement. It will interest you to know that our online audience are also following us very keenly. And while you were speaking, my friend who is joining us from Uyo in Akwa Ibom State messaged me and said, "So you were punished with responsibility." And then I laughed back at him. So it shows that the impact of what we are doing here is transcending beyond the four walls of the Institute of African Studies. There are people connected all over the world, and they are going to glean a lot of vital lessons and knowledge from what we are doing here. So we should have it at the back of our mind that what we are doing is something that's going to cause a mighty revolution that will start from our mind and will ultimately translate to positive actions that will make the African continent a better place. Like we've always said and will always say, the development of Africa is the sole responsibility of Africans. No other person will tell our story than the way we are going to tell it by ourselves. Thank you so much for that. We're about moving to the crux of our meeting today, and we have two of our facilitators well seated. I want to specially recognize them. I know they've been recognized already, but I want to specially recognize them once again before we call on the first facilitator. We have Professor Bolanle Oladejo. Once again, you're welcome, man. And also, we also have Professor Balogun. You're very much welcome back. And please, you permit me to say and to make this open confession that I've disturbed the both of them a lot from the beginning of the commencement of this event till date. And I'm very optimistic and sure that my disturbance will not stop now, because the disturbance will commence on a higher scale after this meeting. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation and buying time out of your busy schedule to be here with us. At this point, we're going to be inviting the first facilitator in person of Professor Bolanle Oladejo. Miss, please, ma, can you please rise to your feet? Professor Bolanle F. Oladejo is a professor of computer science at the Department of Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence in the Faculty of Computing in the Great University of Ibadan. She possesses a BSc and MSc and double PhD degrees in computer science. I think we should clap for that. Double PhD. I can see some of my fellow PhD students here. As I mentioned PhD, double PhD, Mr. Olulade, is already thinking about his life because he understands what he's battling with the first PhD he's currently undergoing. Yeah, so she has a double PhD degree. She's a recipient of the French government scholarship for co-supervised doctoral research at Lorraine in France. It will interest you to know that she's the first female product of the Department of Computer Science in the University of Ibadan to hold a double PhD degree and to rise to a professorial cadre in the same department. She has served as the acting head of the Department of Computer Science since 2016 and 2018, and currently the head of Department of Computer Science and Artificial Intelligence in the Faculty of Computing. She is the co-director of African Computational Sciences Center for Health and Development, a center for collaboration between University College London, UK, University of Ibadan, and College of Medicine for development of AI-driven projects geared towards the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. She's a member of Pioneer Steering Costume of Curricular Design for Data Science Research for Africa Context and a co-editor of Journal of Artificial Intelligence for Sustainable Development. She's the pioneer and co-founder of computer science UI-based journal titled University of Ibadan Journal of Science and Logistics in ICT Research. She's a recipient of an award of innovative joint research by Innovate Hub, Israeli Third Fund Partnership on Innovative Pioneering Creation of Digital Code Hearing in Africa. She's a fellow of Tertiary Education Fund for Academic Innovative Research on Joint Innovation for Development of Digital Assistive Bi-Directional Communication Gestures for Deaf Communities and Public. Her research ranges from intelligent systems, computational health systems, artificial intelligence, AI, software engineering, knowledge management, to knowledge knowing processing techniques. She engages on mentorship and training of research teams for development of homegrown solutions based on software engineering skill, AI, data science, and KM techniques in the context of health, agriculture, and education for both public and private sectors. A round of applause, please. She runs a multidisciplinary research collaboration with health and educational domains. She was a keynote speaker at Women in Data Science conference held at the University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and lead speaker in a number of international conferences, including most recent Ibadan Cultural Festival. She has served as a legal organizing committee chair and co-chair in a number of international conferences. She's a member of University of Chicago, Nigeria Partnership for Research in Data Science for Medical Imaging Tagged Data Science and Medical Image Analysis Training in Nigeria, a current network that has built capacity ranging from faculty to postgraduate students across Nigerian universities for AI-driven solutions to our local health systems for early prediction of diverse ailments and diseases. It will interest you to know, as a matter of fact and importance, that she's an advocate and mentor of youth with respect to female gender mobilization and inclusion on computing, digitalization, and ethical use of social media. Our current research focus on IoT-based and AI-driven systems for medical and educational domains, as well as food security related research geared towards the realization of sustainable developmental goals. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding clapping ovation, please join me welcome our facilitator as she speaks on the topic Building for Scale, Navigating Africa's Digital Economy. You're welcome, Professor Oladejo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elijah, for that beautiful citation. And actually, I'm very, very impressed by the opening remark by the chairman, Dr. David. It's actually not just an opening remark, but it's a kind of challenge which will definitely spur every one of us to action, to see Nigeria and generally Africa as a global leader and not just consumers of what the Western world deliver to us. So on that note, I'm very glad to be here today to present a symposium. Okay, it's not being projected. You're not projecting this project. Sorry, just a minute. Start that way. Okay. So, as the theme of this epoch-making maiden edition of YIFA 1.0 specifies, so also today we will be exploring together the pedestal of the current frequency on which both youth, academia, industry, government, and just name it, have been leveraging on. And that is on technology, digital economy, innovations, and the economic boost. That is no longer a promise because it is right here being witnessed, being experienced by Nigerians just like you and I. And so, we are not here just to talk about theory or story, but rather, we are here to celebrate our icons, to see that though the Western world might have tagged us with nomenclatures that have been disputed by our successes, even in the world of digital economy, we want to see how we will also advance so that we don't just become past champions, but right here in this auditorium, every one of us in this room, we want to deliberate, to discover our potential, to move from consumers to creators, innovators, and globally represented industry or builders. So, the future is here already. It's not just in the future or to come. But here we are builders of that future that is now. And so, we will see the practical pipeline that could be explored, not just for note-taking, but rather practical action, practical activities, engagements, as well as involvement and networking that will move us from the current stage where we are as students, researchers, probably an industrialist, or even a researcher, to the level of making impact. Making impact first in our own Jerusalem, in quotes, right here on this soil in Nigeria, and beyond that, scaling beyond the borders. How do we start? And if you have started, how do we scale beyond the borders? And what are those stakeholders that we need to network with? And that is the summary of what we'll be exploring together today. So as I've said, we already have success stories. Presently, on the current landscape of digital economy, it is no longer a news nor a promise that Nigerians and generally Africans have made giant strides that have even impacted the global industry. So we have few scenarios of a farmer in Kano who in the past decade has always relied on intuition, laws, that is the study of the climatic conditions from their ancestors and the career of farming, to a farmer who at his convenience gets an SMS alert of the microclimate conditions that could help his yield to boost. That rather waiting to have his cash or transact just in the traditional way of commerce, but could now have just USSD to find his insurance scheme as well as his credit. And also, rather than looking for middlemen to transport his goods from Kano to Lagos, could now, just on that small device, could relate with his customer directly at Lagos. That is just like a very small instance. What about a developer? A developer in Yaba at Lagos State who actually develops solution to move millions of dollars right from small and medium scale business people to foreign countries in their own transaction. And the scaling is very, very commendable. You also, in this August event, could even bring not just cash, but pride to your own country and continent. Will Africa build the future or simply consume it? I'm sure we all have that mobile device. The portable one, our handset, as we do call it here. That phone, what is our contribution as Nigerians, as Africans, in building that device? As important as it is, and even there is a rising figure of the adoption of mobile devices in Africa, how many parts of that device have come from our ideas and innovation in Africa or Nigeria? There are many apps that we do use. How many of the apps? I'm sure there are apps that Nigerians have also built. That's why we are considering the success stories, celebrating ourselves. Not just thinking we are on ground zero, but how many of the apps, if you look at the percentage, have actually emanated from Nigerians? And that is to give us that challenge to start thinking of changing the tide and becoming icons as well, regardless of our background, of our discipline. Either we are from the humanities, from medicine, from sciences, from the social sciences, regardless of our background, we already have the potentiality in us, and we are the builders of tomorrow. The numbers are on our side. As I've said earlier, right now, we have the highest youth population that are below 20 years, precisely 19 years from statistics, that will in the next few years be more predominantly from Africa. And that is something to leverage on. If by 2050 we'll have an increase of 1 billion populace that are more predominantly youth, then we should start thinking and acting now, so that we will not be left behind in the global frequency of digital economy that is escalating at a very high frequency. The current digital economy has impacted our own GDP. I mean, it has been an economic booster, just as it has been from decades in the Western world. The GDP of the US, the Asian world had been spontaneously boosted by technology, and particularly digital impact. So also here on this same terrain, we have IT now as one of the sectors, apart from even beyond oil and gas, is even bringing more revenue to the government of Nigeria beyond what oil and gas that is now epileptic provides or generates to our country. And that is telling us that there is a lot of ground to explore and to even make individual of us rich, and not just to depend on white-collar job for a living. Up to 10 to 11% of the IT sector is actually at a faster pace of growth and development. And approximately $180 billion is likely to be, in few years' time, even our GDP in the terms of African internet deployment. That is just like a tip in the iceberg. One thing that we should rather consider is not to dwell on the past glory, but to be forward-looking. Silicon Valley invents problems to be solved. But do you know that as a typical African or Nigerian, we already have the scenario and use cases of such surrounding us from our day-to-day activity? Consider energy. I'm very sure if we look at the current situation of power in Nigeria particularly, it is already a platform for us to initiate solutions. I'm sure we, one way or the other, might have been exploring the solution of solar, inverter, and all those alternative energy supply. It is not only energy. What about agriculture? See the level of food insecurity. What about our health? it was very saddening of a real life story of a scholar who left the foreign country where he was on postdoc back to Nigeria here, had an ailment, and unfortunately during the medical surgery became a casualty. The family and everybody he left over there expecting his safe return was just to be informed of his demise. So the health sector is not left behind. What about transportation? We all are at the brunt of expensive food items just because the farmers, the traders will say the road is bad, the vehicles, they have high maintenance costs, and so back to the goods for us to buy it at a higher price. Finance, education, and some other key areas of our sectors already provide use cases for us to start rethinking, as the director said, for us to change the tide, for us to bring solutions, even leveraging on digital economy as well as artificial intelligence. So, we are not leaders of tomorrow, because that means we are awaiting some promises and we have some expectations, but rather we should see ourselves as builders of today, especially the youth. Anyone, I'm very sure, if I take a toll of anybody below 30 years, anyone below 30 years among us, will have the higher percentage of this audience. And that is the good side, that the energy, the potential, the talent is here, because we are the representative of the current landscape in Nigeria. If more than 60% of us here is within that age bracket, that is applicable to a larger context. And that is to tell us that the solution is right here with us. And though we have digital economy already thriving in Nigeria and beyond the border of Nigeria, and generally in Africa, we can still do better. And I'm sure you that are seated here are the solutions to make us scale beyond borders. Now consider, we are still considering the opportunity as well as the story of the reality of digital economy impacting our nation and even beyond Nigeria. We have smartphone, we have same internet, but the difference is the verb. Most of us are consumers of technology rather than being creators of technology. Rather than towing the line of flutter wave, of money points, of pay stack that have made giant strides to the point that a foreign company even procured the pay stack company and paid a very huge amount, over 100,000 billion of dollars, US dollars, from Paystack, a Nigerian like you and I. So the difference is the verb. Somebody just watches, but an African who is digitally inclined rather than watches he builds. Someone complains about the problem, but an African who I believe every one of us here will choose to be, and we are already are, is problem solver. And rather than be an African who wait for someone else to solve his or our problem, we will be the one to even start before they feel ready. I'm sure the energy is in us. The passion is in us. Because as people do say that necessity is the what? Thank you. Innovations are no longer novel, but rather products that every one of us should passionately create. Look around you. What does your neighbor need? Look around you. What does your department need? I have a neighbor whose ward, he studied physiotherapy right here in the College of Medicine, but also have a vocational skill, and he, till today, after many years of his graduation, he's still being patronized even by his lecturers and students for lab coats, and he has actually scaled up. Meet the need within your environment. Start somewhere. Make impact. And I'm sure the sky is not the limit for us. I've mentioned those guys. Money Point, just around few years, won an award in 2024. They call it Service Grade C, or the scaling of rating the fintech companies. That flutter wave is there. Who builds the rail? Not just the application. The rail that globally is accepted for providing mobile money solution. And guess what? Nigeria is #1 in mobile money, and even Africa generally. Globally, we are number one in mobile money adoption. These are incentives for us to rise up and start ideating, so that we can innovate to create something, solution that the government needs, that the public needs, that the academia and other industry partners will need, and eventually scale beyond the border of Nigeria. So, there are talents, there are logistics from Ghana, from Kenya, there are solutions that have been built on digital platform, and it's even scaling to other developed nations. We have Kobo 360, Temai, and some other applications that people have built, Nigerians, Africans have built, and is actually getting attraction and acceptance even globally. So, the pattern repeats across the continent, and there are other applications that people have built. Now, they are not genius. I mean, the inventors or innovators of this application, they are not genius, but people like us. We have the common DNA running through every one of us. So what do we need to do? Identify a pain point. Solve a real constraint. Build rails and not just features. Be a distribution get solution that will serve the underserved, leapfrog legacy systems, adopt mobile first principle, embed finance, and expand across borders. I will not bore us with this story. Let's move to the challenges. We all know people have been developing app, even secondary school students. Sometimes last year, on the media, we have a school, a secondary school in Ogun State that were able to build a humanoid, that is a robotic. We have all those in silos and different pockets. But what is the challenge? And is the number sufficient? That is the honest truth we need to all address. What are those deficits? What are those bottlenecks or impedance that could not allow us to scale beyond the current achievement? We have the infrastructure deficit. For instance, we have solutions that have been built, but these solutions rely on internet. Where is the broadband? Where are the supporting regulatory framework which will not discourage innovators? Just last week, there was a conference, international conference on AI, being sponsored by the a foreign agency. And right there and then, an investor who is also a medical doctor raised a concern that how would the government have this kind of encouraging platform for them, because after producing a solution that is actually helping the health people, the medical people, and the patient they are attending to, according to him, that probably in about 2 years, they will just bring up one policy that will discourage the developer, either discontinue the use of such application or bringing conditions that are so stringent for them to continue with such application running. So, policy, frameworks, the capital gap, we have young innovators. You might have heard about 3MT. Anyone? Anyone among us? Thank you. It's truly sponsored by the government, but the young entrepreneurs, where is the VC, the venture capital for them to move from just innovations with just the MVP, the minimum viable product, to move from that level to a commercialization level that will impact us economically. So, with this challenge and talent drain, just like the director said about JAPA, talents are trained to become servants in other continents. I pray, and I'm also saying that from this room, we will be innovators that will not just have our application, our products on the shelf or just for exhibition, but it will scale even beyond Africa to the developed world as we all rise to the task. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we can learn from others, from Bangalore, from India. Can you imagine that India has I think the second highest population. Is that so? Thank you very much. But you see what they are bringing up, what they are bringing to the table. So we even have more opportunities than them. So we cannot just fold our hands and remain. We must have this mindset shift from just being a consumer to a creator. Those challenges that we have just perused, they are just the opportunity for us to explore. They are the bridges to the solution that we all need. So, how do we now move from the challenges to practical strategy? It's all about strategy. It's not just mere wish. Just like people say, if wishes are what? Horses, then beggars will ride. It's not mere wishes. It's not just to condemn the government, the system, the educational system, but to see ourselves as being part of the solution. So, we need to move from the bottlenecks to the solution pipeline. And what is that solution pipeline? Every one of us is talented. No one is a tabula rasa. We have been wonderfully created by our Maker. And that talent is what the world is waiting for. The talent in you to turn ideas into solution that will help logistics, that will help transportation, that will help food security or agriculture, that will help the medical line, that will help One Health research, that is the vet medicine chain with animal science, with the husbandry line. You have that solution in you to ideate. So the pipeline starts from looking around you. You don't need to start thinking. Just like your course. It's not that you think. You already have the course outline from the curriculum that has been earlier designed and approved by the Senate. So it is just for you to look around. Like, I just have the full story of Uber. Uber came to Nigeria, and then due to challenges in our nation, maybe the COVID, or there was a particular national challenge, and people couldn't move from their houses to buy things. And then they came up with the idea of using, what do you call it? Motorcycles. What we call bikes. Using the idea of, you just stay there, right, or room, or school, or lecture theater, and just a click, you get connected. And there you are, within few minutes, your food is there. You save the stress. You retain your comfort, and you meet, and your needs are met. So it is not about until you go to a Western country to see the way they do. Yes, we can leverage on lessons, but here already we have the problem use cases around us. So I did. Just recently, recently we have a research network, and what have we been doing? We use data science as well as medical imaging to find solution the work of doctor to become more efficient. How? Leveraging on AI, we have been able to use local data set from UCH, from the different departments, and then we have solution that just button and data entry of a new patient, the doctor could predict the stroke factor, the risk factor of someone having stroke, the risk factor of someone having retinopathy, that is the diabetic related eye problem. And in some other cases, like you are going to see at the end of this presentation, our solution on digital hearing aid. Sorry, I'll soon round up. Apart from ideating, that is coming up with a problem, the next step in the pipeline is not just to start jubilating. You could see a problem now. Just like in our normal academics, we say problem statements based on certain gaps or missing link in the current context of our research. But the next thing is to do what we call market validation. What do I call it, please? If you don't have market for your idea or product, then it's not a solution. Because you are not just going to be using that solution alone or just your immediate family. You want to use it to boost your financial scale as well as impact the GDP of Nigeria and even African and beyond. So you look for who are the people that need this solution. How much would they be willing to pay for it? Because of time, I will not have that luxury of telling us bit by bit what is involved in each phase of this pipeline. But we will have other opportunity even to learn on that. So after market validation, you have to apply project management techniques too, in order for you to do billing. What materials, what resources, even who are the personnel that will be involved. Your team members, don't just create the idea and think you are the solo innovator. But the best innovation thrive on team, on partnership. So look for appropriate team members and then create your products. And after the product is thriving, you can then scale. I heard from an authority in digital landscape who said a company here in Nigeria, though did not disclose the name, a company here in Nigeria, digital industry, because they've been doing something here within our nation, felt they should move to another neighboring country within Africa. But this story wasn't pleasant. They came back just to become a moribund company because they were no more. So it's first stabilize, get your market, see the returns on investment, get appropriate partners, and if you need investors too, who will fund the MVP, then when everything is stable and you know that you have gotten enough, then scale beyond the border. It can be after Ibadan, you move to Lagos. Just like the common item 7. Do you know the story? A Unilori undergrad student who came up with the idea of the package and then moved to Lagos at Unilag, and every one of us know the story. How he's beating the competitors remarkably. I pray we also will be a game changer and will not just be consumers and complainants. So the pipeline does not end at scaling, but it should also have monitoring and evaluation so that you can have metrics, fact and numbers to evaluate the growth of such company or innovation. So, the reason why entrepreneurs who are ideators with uncertainty, the reason why they fail is due to failure to identify the real market need. They ran out of cash, then wrong team formation. Sorry, I have to speed up now. So, what is the action? We are not just listening to a lecture, but rather, this is a workshop to spin us into action so that right from this very auditorium, we start thinking of a solution that will impact Nigeria, Africa, and even beyond. So, check yourself. What do you often do that takes your time? I'm sure they may share the slide with you. An expert, what do you have to do iteratively in a monotonous way? And you get bored, but that's just the pipeline for your own profession. For personnel, who are those people that need certain services? And for industry, in what way would they improve, maybe increase their ROI or improve on the business model being adopted? The SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, are the biggest market on earth. I'm sure we all know that, not in memory, but we all have the idea of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals by the UNESCO agency. Just pick anyone: water, flood, logistics, poverty reduction, industry and infrastructure. Just name it. I listened to a documentation, or I watched a documentation where a female Nigerian here in Oyo State just demonstrated how they were using tires, old tires, the vehicle tires, and they are turning it to product. We have a lady, very, very popular now, won many grants. Female are not left behind, please. Turn sachet water, we call it pure water, the sachets, the nylon, turn it into product like bags and some other products that are even scaling beyond Africa. So please, this is the best time for us to start creating, leveraging on digital platform as well as AI to get solutions that the world is waiting for. So simplify, replicate, virtualize, write trends. I'm sure that is very, very easy to digest by us. Anything that is complicated, look for a way of simplifying it, bringing up a better solution, like the OPay and the Uber and the rest. Anything that is working somewhere, maybe in Kano, bring it down here and then use it among the required stakeholders. Rather than making it offline, look for a way of, just like this very event, that some participants are not right here seated physically, yet they are also with us online, and then write trends. From idea to a validated MVP, I've run through what we need to do after getting our idea, getting the problem right, and looking for the right market, identifying our partners, and also studying the competitors. And how do we do it better than what the competitors have already achieved? Okay. So the scale playbook. Ensure as you ideate, as you innovate, and you create, before scaling, ensure you go deeper. Don't just create and start scaling. It will bring the whole framework to ground zero. So ensure you scale steadily. Just like that, item 7 is scaling from Unilori, and I'm sure, if not the whole Southwest states now. So that is from local to global. And then leverage on relationship. If you want to scale, don't just go to Lagos after giving us the solution here in UI or Ibadan, and then just go to Lagos, but ensure you have relationship with a contact. The person, you might have not met the person from Adam, but you have the social media, LinkedIn. You can network and then build personal relationship before you scale, so that that person will now be a trusted partner that you never envisage, that will move the business beyond Oyo State or Ibadan to another Nigerian state. So, understand venture capital. I've already told you how investors, they want to see numbers, and they want you to be honest. Not giving a number that eventually, if they verify, would make you to become an untrustworthy person. So, let's quickly see how AI could be used as a great accelerator. AI is not a sector. It's a foundational technology that levels the field. A small agile team in Lagos can now use the same models as a team in San Francisco the day they ship. So the gap is being filled, and the AI could be used to leapfrog to different areas of our sectors, in medicine, in agri, in energy, and even beyond our immediate problems to some other African problems. So beyond software, you can also go into the physical world. I mentioned robotics. In Futa, there was a demonstration of a robotic serving food in a restaurant. So this is just the foundation. We are not yet on the finish line. So let's all take the bull by the horn and turn our constraints to competitive advantage. So pick one problem today, right here now. Speak to somebody beside you. What is the problem that you have observed, the challenge, the constraint that you have observed even within this community of UI? And try to find the right partner and ideate so that we can all be on the same frequency of leveraging on digital innovation to bring wealth to our. So for the tech companies, for the researchers and academia, we are all challenged to review our curricula, so that it will not just be like rote learning, but rather what will induce our learner to even start solving problems. Right in our Department of Computer Science and AI, we have students that have already provided solution that the handbook, the normal undergraduate handbook, is now digitized, and they could query it. It has a layer of LLM, the generative AI, so that just speak text, it brings out the required information. It computes CGPA for them. So the government should provide an enabling platform, policy that will encourage innovation. So by 2025, a farmer should be able to check what is tomorrow prices in Yoruba from an AI a student have trained. A patient should be able to diagnose in minutes. Software that is just built 3 streets away. And a founder should be able to sell across the whole continent even before launch. And we are to all own the rails. So the builder's mandate, find a problem you can't stop thinking about. Build the smallest version this month. Put it in front of a real person to test it so that you can get feedback on how to improve on it. Build engines and not just fire. The future of Africa will not be downloaded, but rather it will be built by you and I, and by the hand like yours, in this kind of event, so that right now the future is here. And that is our innovation on digital cord hearing aid, as well as the digital assistive communication support for deaf community to communicate with the public. And this innovation are now at the MVP stage, awaiting investors who is likely to give us up to a particular capital to move it to commercialization stage. You are not to be left behind. Both male, youth, academia, industry, we are all in the business together.
I appreciate you. And there are a lot of things that Mommy mentioned of, especially in the aspect of the AI of the thing. And I believe every one of us, AI has been part of us, and it has even made work so easy for us. And AI is even taking some people off their market now. You know, somebody was agitating on social media yesterday. He said, stop using AI to design flyer. Let graphic designer, let them eat. So graphic designer needs to do what? To step up his or her game. And somebody even said that even graphic designer these days, they are even making use of AI. That is just it. It has solved everything. Because within seconds, AI will give you whatever it wants to give you. And let me mention of another thing again, that there are some canteens, there are some restaurants today. They're not making use of people any longer. They are using AI. AI will be the one to come and serve you food. And AI don't used to be tired. Even I saw some times ago, and somebody, I don't know how they got the AI. It was the one clearing bushes, doing everything. And you don't need to feed AI. Only thing you need to do is to do what? It has been programmed to do the work. Let's be an innovator. Somebody made the Uber app that you can comfortably be in your house and book Uber, and they will come and pick you in the house. So we should try and do what? Step up our game. Let's do something. There are a lot of problems. You know, somebody said there are a lot of problems in Nigeria. There are a lot of problems in Nigeria that need solution. That's the reason why when our director was saying something that a lot of people want to japa, and when they japa, you see a lot of people washing toilet over there because they have few problems over there. But here in Nigeria, we have a lot of problems that need solution. I pray with this little we heard from our professor, I believe when we get home, we'll be able to help ourselves, step up our games, and be an innovator. A round of applause once again for our professor. Thank you, man. We really appreciate. Because of our time, I want to invite Rebecca Etudiaye, Rebecca Oachi. I want to welcome her for our presentation, our spoken word presentation. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's truly an honor to stand before such an inspiring gathering of leaders, innovators, and change makers in this room. I sincerely acknowledge and appreciate all our distinguished guests today for your commitment to shaping a better future for us. So with gratitude and excitement, I invite you to a journey through this piece. It says, what they forgot to mention. Can we have a minute silence for the lies that we believed were ours, the ones we inherited, the stories that shrank our horizons, that limited our dreams, the maps that showed our borders but never our possibilities? Can we have a minute silence for the fears that convinced us in the dark, in the light, that greatness must wear a foreign accent, the lies that says that the future belongs to somewhere else from someone else? Because even before the world discovered tomorrow, Africa was already in it, dreaming with you in it. A continent rich in minerals but richer in minds, birthing rare solutions like Ben Carson. I'm sure that you know this is not sarcasm. By 2050, 1 in every 4 people on earth is expected to be African. They told us Africa was waiting to be saved, doubted our abilities because of our color, but nobody mentioned the pyramids of Giza, standing for over 4,500 years when empires rise and fell. Nobody mentioned Kigali, reimagining what an African city can be. Nobody mentioned Lagos, where dreams refuse to sleep. But nobody mentioned Ibadan, the city hosting this gathering of dreamers, builders, innovators, and future makers. Because it is only fitting that conversations about tomorrow are happening in a city that has spent generations shaping it. Look around. The future has an African heartbeat. It speaks with deep roots, moves with entrepreneurial grit, it dances with pure tradition and technology. So no, do not ask if Africa has a future. Ask the future what it plans to do when Africa arrives. Because a continent that survived chains, survived colonization, survived racism, corruption, and every prediction of its downfall has mastered the art of resurrection. And now, the architect of Africa's new future are rising, not with empty hands, but with ideas, not with complaints, but with hope and with solutions, not waiting for permission, but creating possibilities. We are not the leaders of tomorrow. Tomorrow has waited long enough already. We are the leaders of now. And Africa is not becoming. Africa is remembering who she has always been. And in this new wave, we leave no youth behind. So when history asks, who built the future? The answer will be, we did, together. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brilliant presentation. I believe we got the answer to a question that has been bedeviling the minds of many Africans and Africans on the diaspora. That when history is asking who built Africa, we say we actually did. Thank you so much once again. Yeah, in the course of the previous lecture we just had, we had some eminent guests who walked in, and it's very expedient that we recognize them. We have Ms. Fogofolua from the Department of English Language, Faculty of Arts. You're very much welcome, ma'am. Thank you. We also have Mr. Abdurrahman Balogun. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, please permit me to say that he's the husband of our next facilitator. Thank you so much for joining us today. Yes. When I saw him, I told our regional president that this is the kind of marriage I want to have. That when the husband or the wife is delivering a lecture or having an official engagement, the other person comes as a favorite fan. So while he or she is speaking, the other partner is saying, that's my girl. Do you understand? Yeah, sir. So imagination, that's what I'm having right now. All right. At this point, we are going to be inviting Professor Balogun for her presentation. Professor Ma, please, you will bear with me just in case some of my pronunciations are not linguistically accurate. Please pardon me in advance. Professor Murufat Balogun has her Bachelor in Technology from LAUTECH, her Master's in Science and PhD from the University of Ibadan. She's a Professor of Genetics at the University of Ibadan and currently serves at the head of Department of Coral Production and Environmental Biology. Something is quite very striking. Our former presenter was head of department, the next presenter head of department, and our third presenter that will be speaking from Afe Babalola University is also the provost of the College of Social Sciences. So I think you'll be the next HOD somewhere. All right. She was born about 5 decades ago to the family of Alhaji Ganiyu Oladejo and the late Alhaji Kudirat Titilayo Oladejo of Iletuki, pardon my pronunciation, and the other family respectively in Ibadan. For her primary education, she attended Government Teachers Training College, Demonstration School in Malaysia, and St. Paul's African Church Primary School, Lalante. President, is that correct? All right, okay. Her secondary education was at Queen's School, Ibadan, and Methodist High School, Elisha. I think I got Elisha correctly. All right, so 1-1, balanced. She worked at the Institute of Agricultural Research and Training, IAR&T, More Plantation, Ibadan, for 10 years, where she rose to the position of Senior Research Fellow. Before joining the University of Ibadan, she steadily advanced through the academic ranks and was promoted to the rank of full professor with effect from October 2018. A round of applause. Professor Balogun serves as a visiting scientist, tissue culture specialist with Breeding for Tomorrow, inclusive delivery area of work and program for seed system innovation for vegetatively propagated crops in Africa, led by the International Institute of Tropical Research, IITA, Ibadan, Nigeria. Her work focuses on the development and scaling of technologies for the high ratio propagation of high quality early generation seed yam. She's also the principal investigator of the Youth for Climate Initiatives in the Department of Crop Protection and Environmental Biology, University of Ibadan. Her professional fellowships and affiliations include the United Nations University / Institute of Natural Resources in Africa, 2000, IITA Ibadan, Nigeria, 2000 to 2005, and the Norman E. Borlaug International Science and Technology Fellowship of Women in Science, awarded by the United States Department of Agriculture in 2005. She's a member of the Royal Society of Biology and a fellow of the International Institutes of Training, Research, and Economic Development. Professor Balogun has supervised approximately 50 PhD, MSc, and BSc students. She also serves as a mentor under the African Women in Agricultural Research and Development Program. She's a member of the Genetic Society of Nigeria and the Society for In Vitro Biology, United States. In addition, she has secured several grants from organizations including the United States Department of State, USAID, USDA, and MacArthur Foundation. She has only female siblings. Professor Balogun is happily married, emphasis on happily because I know I spoke your mind, to Mr. Abdurrahman Balogun, and their union is blessed with children. At this point, you will join me with a resounding clapping ovation as I invite Professor Balogun to deliver a lecture titled Feeding the Future, Innovation, Biotechnology, and Sustainable Agriculture in Africa. You're welcome, man.
Thank you very much. My husband, Mr. Abdurrahman Balogun, you are welcome. The founding director, where is Dr. Olali? Okay, I'm happy to associate with you. My colleague in AI, Professor Oladejo, thank you for being a pride to womanhood. And my colleague, who has been sitting in a corner there, is a virologist of Rapids, Dr. Olawale Arogudade. Thank you for coming at very short notice. You know, he is the chairperson of the Departmental Exhibitions Committee, and I told him to come and exhibit, and he said, we will come and assess. So he's here to assess, and you have managed to glue him down. Thank you very much. So I want to start by saying that, you know, there is something in the body that without it, the body doesn't exist. Who can tell me what is that? Without, inside the body, as we are sitting, something is there that without it, the body cannot exist. That's the heart. And I want to say that, you know, you invited so many people and you got few. So don't be discouraged because the heart, relative to the body, is very small. So you are the drivers until it becomes conspicuous before the body starts to key in. So continue to push on. Thank you very much. I also want to start by saying that, you know, Dr. Olali was saying that you have to stand for something. And this resonates with what I used to say, which is that if you stand for nothing, you actually fall for everything. So you must be sure that you stand for something. So I will go on to my presentation. I hope, because I would like us to move together. So who is going to be projecting? Is okay, all right. So the title of the presentation is Innovation, Biotechnology, and Sustainable Agriculture in Africa. Next slide, please. Or do you want me to operate myself? No, it's not moving. Okay, so the outline of the presentation is grouped into 4. Background, innovations in the context of biotechnology, innovations and sustainable agriculture. We have just one case study, and then I move on to acknowledgement. So I want to start with a statement from late Dr. Norman Borlaug. I happen to be a Borlaug Fellow, and what he said, Norman Borlaug was the winner of the World Prize for Peace, you see, but his achievement was in food research, but his Nobel Prize was in peace. So what he said was that we cannot build world peace on empty stomachs. Hungry people cannot be peaceful. And that's why he did a lot of work in Asia and turned around the yield of cereals significantly. And people were no more hungry, and there was peace. And Dr. Papinstrop Anderson at the Borlaug Fellows Colloquium, which I attended in Texas A&M University, continued this and said, and we cannot fill stomachs without agricultural science and technology. So, starting on this, I want to say that, okay, if it's in slideshow, it will be good. So, now, there are over 2 billion people that are faced with malnutrition, especially among children, due to poverty. People are walking around, but they are actually hungry. Most of the challenges of health we have, you see in the hospitals, when people are not hungry, those challenges will not be there. So many developing countries are faced with chronic hunger and therefore food insecure. And Nigeria's population is increasing, estimated 250 million and rising. Globally, the number of undernourished people reduced from 909.3 million in 2000 to 821.6 million in 2018. But in Africa, the reverse was the case. The number of undernourished people increased from 2000 to 2018. This is FAO data. So where the trend is up globally, the trend is actually down in Africa. One of the greatest natural threats that we have is climate change, because it's natural. If there is fire burning, bushfire now, there's very little you can do. You don't even know the source of the fire. Or if there is hurricane this, hurricane that, hurricane, how do you stop? You know? So due to being natural, it has made agricultural systems in Africa highly vulnerable. And climate change is increasing. There are more greenhouse gas emissions with fossil fuel combustion. We are using petrol, diesel all the time. When there is no electricity from NEPA, we don't want to be patient at all, and we don't have solar inverter system. We just go and switch on the generator. Every drop of that gas combustion increases climate change. That's why when we go to the village, the air there is better than the one we breathe in the towns. There is also change in human activities, like use of non-biodegradable wastes derived from synthetics. They are used in manufacturing utilities, which causes global warming. And we do not have the institutional capacity, like Professor Oladejo mentioned. Where our policies, coordination is poor. Before a file moves from one table to the other, you have to pay this, pay that, go many times. It's not working. And between research institutions and industries. Research institutions are expected to innovate. So after the innovation, what happens? The innovation just sits on the shelf. So, like I said, so many things that are contributing to climate change, and the effect is that ecosystems are being modified, becoming, wet. The wet areas are becoming dry. Plants are either later to flower and mature or earlier. Plant adaptation are changing. Carbon dioxide emission is increasing. About 30% is absorbed by oceans already. Oceans are becoming more acidic. You don't get enough fish from the oceans, so we don't get enough nutrition, or you eat the fish and get a disease from the toxic residues in the ocean. And we have diseases that were not known before that are emerging irrespective of the age of the patient. More frequent extreme weather events are happening, flood and all of that, and there is a loss of biodiversity. And we also have a monolithic economy, like Professor Oladejo also said. Economy, when it is not diversified, then it's not resilient. So there is a lot of risk that can arise. And we also have shock from oil price that are volatile. Even people in the oil industry know that it is not stable. We have seen how the price of petrol changed significantly. So we need to diversify into the non-oil sector through increased funding. So as funding increases, productivity, our GDP, and external reserves will increase if international standard requirements on export products are met. Remember, we want to remain without borders. So we cannot live in isolation in our country. Now, how do we Nigeria's advantage crops? We are talking about sustainable agriculture. Thank you. So we are talking about sustainable agriculture. So we need to stay where we have an advantage. If we want to compete with Britain or US in terms of wheat, we need to double our effort. But if we want to compete in our indigenous crops, we have a better advantage. Why are we not conserving our energy? By starting where we have a comparative advantage, because business is about inputs and outputs. Okay, so Nigeria is still the world's leading producers of cassava, yam, maize, banana, tomato, and pepper. And these crops contribute to dietary calories and vitamins of millions of people. This is established. So Nigeria has a comparative advantage to increase our GDP through increased production and sales of farm produce. Remember, Nigeria is a predominantly youth population. We don't have the problem of our population reducing. And when you have a predominantly youthful population, that means you have energy, because there's energy in youths. Okay, so we don't have that problem. So there's need to enhance the value chain development of these crops where Nigeria is advantaged to stem food and livelihood insecurity, hence peace, and achieve peace. Because people that are hungry will be the one to fight. Okay, so, and particularly women, youths, and rural farming families. So there are, the impact of climate change, like I said, is becoming real. And many countries are having national climate adaptation plans. Sierra Leone 2021, Benin 2022, Liberia 2020 to 2030, Burkina Faso 2015, Togo 2017, Nigeria 2021. And a team of researchers, they came together to model what the climate will be in a few years. You see? And also the yellow and green have reduced. This is based on data. If we continue at the pace we are going, our environment will be like this, and it's going to directly affect agriculture and food and peace. I'm also showing this, which is the result of environmental pollution at the time we were working on oil spill that happened in the Niger Delta. That is the land area, which is oil has spilled into the land and the river. There is no crop you can grow in that environment, because even if the crop grows, the human being should not eat that crop, because it's going to have toxic residue. That cloth that they spread is not showing on the right side. It was white. They just washed and spread. By the time you space few days, it became brown. That is how the people breathing the air in that environment, their lungs will be, because of environmental pollution. So how can we mitigate this effect if we want our agriculture to be sustainable? There are two ways. As a geneticist, there are two things that we can do to make change. Is either you change the human being or the animal or the plants. That is, you change the genetics. Or you change the environment where it is living. Those are the only two things, because you are here living in an environment. So you manipulate the genetics or you manipulate the environment. These are the things we can do to have sustainable agriculture. So in terms of genetic resources management, we are going to be looking at plant breeding, new varieties, seed system, conservation. People have national parks. There's one in Lekki where they conserve natural resources. You know, deforestation is happening, and forests are shock absorbers to climate change. But now, all we are thinking of is new estates everywhere. They just break down, they fell the trees. Before you see it, bulldozer. They have all, by the time we change everywhere into estates, we will see what we will eat. You see? And the environmental management of soils, carbon emissions, and all of these are the two things that we change. So what are the genetic improvement approaches? And I'm starting by looking at the innovation. In genetics, the father of genetics, we call him Mendel, who has a bit of a background on Mendel's work in genetics. I know Dr. Rogundade is here, so I'm not going to ask him to talk. So Mendel, what he did was to think innovatively. He wondered, why is it that the parents, the progeny, which is the child, either resembles or differs from the parents? He wanted to understand it. That's a different way of thinking. People have been existing, but people have not been thinking about that. And he wanted to confirm. And they just crossed A and B and studied the progeny 1, progeny 2, progeny 3, and compared at each stage with the parents. And then he now said, there must be a factor inside living organisms that determines the attributes of things. It is called a gene. That time, there were no sophisticated microscopes. So he did that using cowpea. And then he came out with laws, two basic laws of Mendel, you see. and which is the foundation of genetics until today. And I want to add, he was a monk, that is, someone who goes into isolation to reflect. He was not a scientist. And he did that. And he died before being recognized. You see, people were not believing, only that his work was rediscovered where he wrote it down. That is, when you are doing anything, we must write it down. And he died and it was rediscovered. So, now, what Mendel did, I don't know why this slide is not, oh yes. So, this is the whole plant. In the time of Mendel, he just used his eyes and the plant and crossed and looked and assessed. But now we have microscope, whether light microscope, electron microscope, like Professor Oladejo just said, there's image-based, there's this, there's that. How much of innovation are we now doing? If somebody like that did that kind of innovation at that time, what is expected of us in the order of magnitude? This can show us the internal structures of a cell, plant cell, animal cell, what DNA looks like. Even Watson and Crick that now discovered the structure of the genetic material. Mendel said there are genes that determine someone is tall or short, but the expression of those genes is affected by the environment. That is where, if we manipulate the environment, those genes will not be expressed. So if somebody has an abnormality and you avoid what switches on those genes, then it will not be expressed. You see? So that's why somebody can be dark complexioned in Africa and be fairer in temperate countries, because the melanin production is not induced because there's no much sun. It's not using bleaching cream. It's just response to the environment. So now Watson and Crick discovered that the genes is a double helix. It is stranded like we tie something to each other, and it's just one separates to produce another in next generation, and that has been preserved over thousands of generations. It's one page. That discovery was published, and it is one page, and that is the foundation of biotechnology, because biotechnology is in the title of this presentation. And based on that small discovery, I don't know if this is showing, yeah, it has disrupted the field of biotechnology and genetics. What I say is disruptive thinking brings out the innovation in people. What is not business as usual. So they are now having different binding patterns, molecular analysis, DNA profiling, this. You see all sorts of, they say, this is the base pair, this is, and the sequences, and you can now say that they can get this gene for high yield and put it from variety A and variety B, and food will increase 50 times because we are on Earth and the Earth is not increasing, but our population is increasing. So it makes sense to think that we have to increase our yield per unit area if we must continue to survive. So now, and look at African crops versus developing country crops. So according to the National Register, in terms of improved varieties that have been released over about 45 to 50 years of research, you see, that tallest green bar is maize. The number of varieties of improved varieties of maize that have been released in Nigeria is 200, working with partners globally and also locally. That's maize, because maize is not limited to Africa. Now let's go to our indigenous crops. You see yam, cassava, cowpea, kenaf, African yam bean. You see them there. The highest is 55, and that is cassava. You see, all other African crops, we are still there, you know, working from the conventional and all of. Why? Because maybe we are thinking differently, or we are going to other countries to serve their economy. We get educated and then we go, we don't come back. Okay. So what is innovation? It's a new method, idea, or product crucial to the success of any organization. We must be able to think differently, you see. And then someone said in a book that ideas are free. It is free. It's there. Because things are happening. We only need to open our eyes and pick the one we want to pick. And it's actually infinite. That's why there have been banks several years ago, but OPay and Money Point came and rocked the whole, the whole scenario. You see, the idea has been there. Nobody was tapping into it. So we need to innovate. Now, biotechnology. That is the exploitation of biological processes for industrial and other purposes, especially the genetic manipulation of microorganisms. Now, the world of antibiotic has saved a lot of lives, but it was discovered, people found out that microorganisms cause one research finding, and another set of people found out that there are some components, biochemical components, that can kill the microorganisms. And so when people fall ill now, it's not a matter of they will die. They will find out the type of microorganism and find out the kind of antibiotic, and the person will get better. So it changed from this person is Ogbanje, so that is why the person is dying and returning. No. So they will find out what it is because of innovative thinking, openness, objectivity, and dynamism. So all this is also talking about biotechnological research, studying natural processes. Somebody said that if you want to learn new things, go to the zoo. Go to the zoo, sit down and watch the way the animals behave. You see, they have targeted and focused action. When they want to eat, it is calculated. When they want to sleep, it is calculated. When they want to fly, there's a way to go about it. That's how the aeroplane was, developed, because they saw how the birds were folding their wings and flying. So that's how we study the natural processes and develop new products. So new things, how we utilize water more efficiently. People discover that if there is no rain, you want to do irrigation, put the water directly to the root of the plant instead of watering from above. Because while the water from above is traveling down, it is either dried up or it's lost, so you are wasting. It is not efficient. This is not rocket science. It is simple, but nobody is looking at it. And so people have automated using computer and AI how to feed your plants based on their need, so there is no wastage. How to fix nitrogen from the air, how to extract phosphate from the soil, how to resist pests without synthetic pesticides. Dr. Olade will tell you that there is plant Ebola, there is COVID for plants. It's not only animal, and these viruses in plants will prevent food from millions of people when they infect a farmer's field. So now we also know that biotechnology can help to achieve productivity gains needed to feed a growing global population. It will increase crops tolerance to adverse weather conditions. So varieties will stand when it is dry more than other varieties because of scientific research that has been done. But there is very little research for Africa's indigenous crops. Now, I will say that we can look at several scenarios. For yam, the first variety that was released was in 2001 in Nigeria. And the latest one, now 2026, and the yield was 45.7 tons per hectare. Percent yield increase is 108%. That is, when you planted the same area, a 108% yield increase has been achieved. Cassava was 1976, and then the one up to 2024 is 70.5% yield increase. Look at maize. 1950, they started releasing maize because we are working with international partners. That is where borderless science works. So 1950, we had 333% increase up to date. And for cowpea, it started 1970, and we achieved 190% yield increase. For kenaf, the first was 2005, you see, and percent increase was 600%. Only few varieties were increased. That is the potential of understanding natural things in what we call biotechnology and applying it to real life situation in just one aspect, and you can turn around a lot of things. So now that means that we have a number of fold of increase in different crops, and by the time we combine all of it on farmers' field, we get more food and get more peace. And how many of these varieties have been adopted? Like Professor Oladejo just said, where are the inducers for this adoption to happen? Where are the people that are going to push people to take those varieties or those innovations? Many of them are sitting on the shelves because the purpose of the research was to discover. But now if you partner with people who can push the discovery, who can put time and money, you know, then people are going to uptake it and you benefit many more people. So, ratio of released varieties versus adopted varieties is not even counted. This should be counted to know the impact. It's not even counted. You have released, you are gone. Farmers are still complaining. And that happens in every area of science, not only agriculture. So now we also have the seed system. You know, everyone knows that what you plant is what you reap. You can't plant cassava and harvest yam. You can't plant maize and harvest cowpea. It's not possible. And that is not only in agriculture, even in human existence, international, social relations. Whatever you sow is what you are going to reap. And that is the significance of seed systems. If farmers have access to quality seed, they have fulfilled 50% risk reduction or improved profits. The remaining is the environment. That means the seed is the genetics and the environment is the land and water where they are going to grow it. But the seed system is not organized. There are regulatory authorities. Do people even know that there are regulatory authorities? There are policemen of the seed sector. They are called the National Agricultural Seed Council. They exist. They can arrest and also, what do they call that? Take from somebody to the police station, prosecute. So in Nigeria today, so it doesn't even exist in some of the crops. It's trying to come up. And that gives me the scenario of yam that I promised, that yam is a significant crop of interest in Nigeria, and Nigeria is the world's leading producer of yam. 70% of the global production of yam is from Nigeria. 70%. If Nigeria stops producing yam today, global access to yam is going to reduce. So, but yam itself has its own limitation. It's threatened with a number of diseases. Viruses are there, anthracnose is there, nematodes also, and it also has a very low multiplication ratio. You know, if you plant a seed of maize, you get at least 1 cob harvested, which is going to give you like 200 seeds. That's the ratio of 1 to 200. The numbers that the investors are looking for, that Professor Oladejo mentioned, it exists in maize farming, because 1 to 200 is serious business. Investors can even look for ratio 1 to 1 and be happy. That is, you double it in 1 generation. But 1 generation, farming gives you 1 to 200 in maize. Okay. So, but yam is not like that. Farmers cut the tubers into 5. For the whole year, ratio 1 to 5. And it has stayed there because this is Africa. We are not asking questions. We are not looking at why. And so we are remaining like that. And we eat all the yam or even use it for wedding ceremonies, to marry and all of that, which is important, but we need to improve the seed system. And this slide is showing that, according to FAO, looking at the value of yam, which is easy to see in the common market. Just go into a common market and they'll put 1 kg of maize, 1 kg of cassava, 1 kg of millet, 1 kg of sorghum, 1 kg of rice, and 1 kg of yam, and ask for the price. The yam is the most expensive. 1 kg of the same thing. And according to FAO, the production value of yam is more than the production value of combination of cassava, maize, millet, sorghum, and rice. I said all of them added together on 1 scale is less than only yam on the other scale. You see, this is FAO data, and we are sitting on gold. And this is an export crop. Sometimes I traveled out of the country, and in the United States, I was looking for yam. That was we saw it. They just put the yam tuber on a scale and told me it's $4.4 per kg. 1 kg. I say yam, $4.4. Yam. How many times will I eat this yam? I've not even finished eating because I need to add egg or one protein. Meaning that if I produce and send here, this is a lot of money. Just one person in this room is enough to turn that around. Now I went to Norway. I said I want to eat yam because I'm always looking for yam. It's not the over-processed wheat bread that we want only. Now, Norway told me $3.3 per kg of rotten yam, the quality that we throw away in Nigeria, in Bodija markets. So we are sitting on gold. So now the vision we had, working with IITA and partners, was to have first a very strong and versatile seed system of yam, so that 50% of the risk, 50% of the cost of production is taken away when farmers have access to quality planting materials. And the remaining things will be manipulation of the environment. So we work with the crop protectionists like Dr. Arugudade, virologist, even the molecular biologists for improved varieties and improved traits. And we try to first multiply yam faster. And the discovery is that instead of the farmers using only the tubers to multiply, cut the tubers into 5, if they actually cut the leaves, the nodes, and cut and plant, they are going to have tubers harvested from it. And that has been working. It's an innovation that we have discovered, we have established, and each yam plant, you can get at least 100 nodes. Some have gone up to up to 300 if you now combine with hydroponic systems. So the ratio 1:5 is going to reach ratio 1:1,000 because you can do 2 cycles of production per year. So food is going to come, but we need that technology to be uptaken, to be induced, to be driven, so that it will impact the GDP of Nigeria and Africa and then the globe as a whole. So different institutions are now partnering, which is what she also mentioned. You need to look for people that are relevant in the course of your innovation breakthrough. Otherwise, it will sit on the shelf. What is the role of government, regulatory authorities, private sector, the youth like we are sitting here? Everybody has to make their contribution. The publicity people, we can have a program here as we think we are small here. If we have the presence of the press, NTA can catch it. And it will feel like we are more than here if we have the resources. So even the Velus needs support. You see, they need financial support. And everybody will hear about it. And this hall will not take everybody. So we need the correct partnerships to achieve it. So a number of things also have been happening. We have been giving people the quality starter stocks of planting materials across Africa, quality training, quality standard operating procedures, and also demonstrations on farmers' feed, value proposition trials, and buy-in of a number of actors. And from our cost analysis, we have seen that a 106% increase in the yield is going to be obtained by using quality planting materials. So disease at risk, yield potential, feed establishment, seed size, all of these have direct benefits by using quality planting material. We've not talked about irrigation or other things, just quality planting material, because that's the genetics that we are putting into it. And this picture, I don't know if it is showing, the next slide is showing the farmers. Yes, those 3 baskets on the left were harvested from using the leaf bud cuttings mini tubers. These are seed. These are going to be seed that farmers will plant. And we ask the farmers to use their technology of cutting 1 tuber into 5 and milking the plants. Milking is they just harvest the tuber for food, half into the season, and bury the plant back into the soil and harvest at the end of the season and use it as seed. We told them, this side of the field, use your method. This side of the field, we use our method. And everybody participated. from the farmer's field within the same area of land which we mapped out. The basket on the right, okay, is gone. This one basket, that's what the farmers harvested. And the left 3 baskets, that's what the innovation harvested. So the farmers saw it and saw that is this what they have been waiting for? They just asked us to tell the governments to give them a government reservation area with irrigation. They said they will turn Africa's agriculture around with this technology. But where is it today? Because they saw it themselves. Look at, can we compare that? So in relating to profitability also, a cost analysis that was done has shown that return on investment will be 70%. Thank you. It will be 70% when you are into CDM production. 70% return on investment, which is very high, you know. So people should go into it. This is also showing additional activities that have been done in collaboration with partners. This is showing the leaves planted on the field, not the tubers. You see the leaves like you want to grow vegetable. No, but you plant and you get your tubers and it becomes your CDM. And we have a number of entrepreneurs going into it in Nigeria, across about 6 states of Nigeria. All of us can be buying. You have home garden, you have, you just do a little bit of it and you are contributing to food security. So now, this quadro is showing us that 4 things we need to do. Natural resource management for current and next generation. Second is genetic improvement to produce cheaper, better, and more food. Third is agricultural diversification for reduced poverty. We have to diversify and improve policies for institutional innovations. So this, we are working also with a number of partners, national research institutes, regulatory authorities, and the consultative group on international agricultural research, of which IITA is part. So now this picture, which is not showing up there, is showing the CDM. Yes, that's what that man is holding is CDM in small bag. When farmers naturally use trailers to load yam, if you see trailer loads of yam, you can imagine what it is for planting materials. To plant 1 hectare, they will pay so much, and the cost of fuel has increased. You see, so this one has drastically reduced the cost of transportation because it's very small, but it's high quality, so it will yield the same result. And this is not genetically modified because that's a different ball game. People are afraid of GMO, but we need to look at it critically as well. But this is not GMO. It's just a management approach, and it has happened. So I want to end by saying that, you know, there's father of physics called Albert Einstein, and what he said was that we shall require a substantially new manner of thinking if mankind is to survive. So we need to migrate from the usual, normal way of thinking. We need to think outside the box and be as objective as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma. For me, that was very enlightening and insightful. I didn't know yam is as important as that, but thank you so much for the statistics. So for sir, exactly, we've just been eating it and we didn't know that. When you venture into yam production, there's 70% assurance of return on investment. Wow, thank you so much, ma. For me, I have some things I'm taking home. We can't build world peace on empty stomach. So it's right to say that one of the solutions to insecurity and banditry is for stomach infrastructural empowerment. And you went further to say that people that are hungry will really want to fight. This is saying that a hungry man is an angry man, and you can't predict the extent to which an angry man will eventually go. Thank you so much, Ma, and thank you, Ma, too, for those insightful lectures. Surprisingly, I'm sure if we have not eaten, we can't move this thing the way we are moving it now. So, Daddy, yam production, it's very, very important. All right. Yes. At this point, I'll be inviting Miss Bingpe for her spoken word presentation. She happens to be one of the daughters of our professor. So, Mommy have spoken. The daughter is also coming to give us another form of presentation in the form of spoken word. So, please, with a rounding applause, let's invite Bingpe.
Good day, everyone. My name is Adeyemi Adams, and I will be presenting a spoken word titled "The Architects of Africa." To innovate, to calibrate, to build, to reimagine as one, preparing a future that sees beyond limits, beyond borders, beyond what many calls impossible. I am an entrepreneur. I am a professional. I am an innovator. I am a youth, and I am not alone. Prosperity, where young minds become global voices, where Africa is no longer known for what it lacks, but celebrated for what it creates, for a future where we do not chase tomorrow. We redesign it, we build it, we own it, because Africa does not follow the future. Africa helps shape it. So today, I stand not just as an entrepreneur, not just as a professional, not just as an innovator. I stand as a builder, a creator, a problem solver, a catalyst for change, a proud African. And futures begins with us. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yeah, Mom, I saw you've been blushing while she was making her presentation. You're very proud of her, right? All right. Thank you so much. Now, at this point, we'll be having our third facilitator, but he's not present physically. However, we've made provision for virtual connection. His name is Professor Adeyemi Johnson. Ademowo. Just pardon my pronunciation, please. President, you pardon me. I know I'm in your institute, so after today, that will not happen anymore. His bio is actually very robust, and we don't have the luxury of time to go into that. but there are some few things we should know about Professor Adeyemi. He's a professor of sociocultural anthropology and cultural sociology in the Department of Sociology at Afe Babalola University, Ekiti State, Nigeria, where he currently serves as the provost of the College of Social and Management Sciences. He also serves as fellow in post-colonial studies within the MA African Sustainable Communities program at Ben-Gurion University of Neva in Israel. He's a distinguished scholar, a seasoned administrator, and a top-notch institution builder. He has contributed significantly to the growth of ABWA through various leadership positions, including pioneer head of Department of Sociology between 2017 to 2022, coordinator of the General Studies program between 2021 to 2023, director of the General Studies unit between 2023 to 2026, and member of the University Senate. Our virtual facilitator has supervised and mentored numerous undergraduate and postgraduate students and continues to inspire and to contribute to curriculum development, interdisciplinary research, institutional quality assurance, and university administration. His current scholarly interests include indigenous knowledge systems, Afro-diaspora studies, urban cultures, cultural heritage, social justice, digital cultures, development governance, and the future of African knowledge production in a rapidly changing world. The presentation that Professor Adeyemi will be bringing to us shortly is actually very, very unique, because for a good number of us who are in the academics, we've discovered that we've always been making reference to foreign knowledge systems, and it's high time we begin to pride ourselves in indigenous knowledge and theoretical frameworks that we are going to, or we have already made available. Professor Adeyemi today will be speaking on building Africa's future from within. The development of African future actually begins from within. Youth, indigenous knowledge, and innovation. So he's going to join us as we look at building Africa's future from within, youth, indigenous knowledge, and innovation. He's not here, but let's clap for him as he begins his presentation.
Good morning. Good morning. I want to thank, let me start by apologizing for my inability to appear physically. So it was not planned not to attend. I plan to attend the program. It's very innovative also. It's part of what I advise that we should be, engaging in personally as producers of the employers of labor that we target to be in the ivory towers. So, first of all, I want to thank the organizers of YIFA 1.0 for inviting me. Most importantly, my friend, who is the founder of this wonderful group, David Olali Omonokuma, and his delectable wife, Temitope. Thank you for the wonderful job you are doing. A lot of people in the diaspora have turned themselves to saying a lot of bad things about Africa. Their roots, they've contributed not in engaging constructively, but in circulating fake news and all sorts, just to give the dog a bad name. We're not saying what is happening in Africa or anywhere, apart from the America where you are, David, is best. Some people don't like America for different reasons. Some will leave that place if they can get better, Nigeria gets better to them. So, but that's not the focus. Let me also appreciate Elijah. Elijah Oluwatobi Samuel, a very tenacious young man who never gave up on me, I'm sorry for those midnight things. A lot happened between when you invited me and before this program. I was the director of general studies for about 4 years, and my tenure was ending, and there was, vacancy in the office of the provost of my college, was like Dean in Ibadan. Maybe I use a provost now. So I became the provost of my college, College of Social and Sciences at Afemabala University. There's a lot more to do. You know, I was telling my friend Saida recently if my participation in LSE won't be as much as I wanted to. You know, it's been a discussion among myself and my mentees. We've been having a lot of discussion about that. But thank you, Toby, for not giving up on me. For those late replies, for no replies, please, I'm sorry. I also want to appreciate other members and volunteers of Value Group for inviting me. To fellow facilitators, Your Excellencies, I salute you. And to the participants here, those who took their time out, whether virtually or physically there in Ibadan, you know, the home of knowledge in Nigeria, in Africa, you know, that's where we mint it. I'm a product of Ibadan, through. You know, I had to get a little icing on the cake from Brown. But if Ibadan did not produce, there's no way anybody's going to put icing. I want to thank you for your time too. I hope some of us will not fail you, you know, as facilitators, by not telling you what you want to hear. But even when we don't tell you what you want to hear, it's all part of knowledge sharing. Finally, to Bami, yes, Baba, Professor Sola, Olorunyomi, our teacher, our mentor, I salute you, sir. You've been a wonderful teacher when you were still very active. I know Baba is still very active, but for those who know Bami 30 years ago, you know it's not the same Olorunyomi today. So, Baba, yes, I salute you, sir. Okay, now let me start by tendering my unreserved apology again. Let me go back again and tender my unreserved apology for that. I want to be there with you. I want to talk to some of you. I love post-presentation discussion because sometimes the time that I have is always not enough when we want to do, especially when you are passionate about what you do. I am Adeyemi, Ademowo. I'm an anthropologist by training. I have my first degree in philosophy, and I also have training in anthropology. And I'm a mentee of a man called Tunde Lawi. So I'm a Lawiya, like I always say. Oh, for those who know Tunde Lawi, Obi Lawi. We'll be celebrating again at the LSA this year. We're having a special session to celebrate my Ibadan. Bami, in case you are watching, Bami Bewaji, Tunde Shola Bewaji, I appreciate you. So late, Olusegun Ladipo, I always Mojuba. I met a young man. I'm from Ijebu. I'm an Ijebu man. I met a young man 2 years ago. He doesn't have a job. But his mother sells pomo because we do pomo in Ijebu. So the young man finished from the university, read one of the humanities, and then he said, "We're fresh teacher, sir." And I said, what skill do you have? He thought about it and said, I'm almost smart. I can talk to people. I said, good, you have something. But what do you want to sell? What exactly do you want to sell if you want to make money? And we concluded that Mommy won't take Momo. I said, my mother is selling Momo. And I said, Mom is selling Momo. Okay. Is there a way you can sell that Momo? That is going to be different from the way your mom is doing it. He paused. Said, I'll go and think about it. That's what that means in English. I said, boss, I'll go and think about it. So he went to think about it. And then 3 months after, he has produced four varieties of Momo. I was supplying to. You have the one that is white, he has the one that, and he packaged it. The dry one, he has another one that ready to smelling. There's a way to package it and stuff. Yes, that's about 4 varieties. He's making more money. He supplies to supermarkets. Reality is that it is not just enough to study. It's just not enough to have the degrees. Having the degrees is very important. What can you do with the degrees? What can you innovatively get out? The same way every solution. The Bible say, "Onokon water." Onokon water. There are so many routes that leads into the market. When I talk of market, I'm talking of traditional market, not just super or more. So, what are these many youth? That's the question. What exactly is it? The youth, I've told you about the triad at the beginning of the class, of the presentation. The youth, the indigenous knowledge and innovation. Working together, the ability of youth, whatever will benefit Africa, whatever will make our future to be better, cannot just be about there. Because if you know what you know, if you know what they already know, if you adapt here, it might not work here. So you have to, there's adaptation. So whatever is going to make our future better must be what we can adapt to. There'll be some things that are linked together. But for me, what will make us to be better will be the indigenous knowledge. Because we already have wonderful youth in Africa. I don't want to start defining who the African youths are. Everywhere, we've seen the African youths. We've seen what they can do. They are innovators. They develop new technology. They are creators. They do music. They are entrepreneurs. They are knowledge producers. They are future makers. They are very active. You see them on podium, talking, some of them talking, and a lot of them. African youths are not waiting for the future. We are here. But the reality is, if they are innovators, they are creating. What actually are they creating? Will it be to the benefit of Africa? Or the benefit of Africa? So you are a content creator. You are thinking of your algorithm. You are making your money from views. But you are purview of what will undermine Africa. What will undermine your community. Because that is what will create the algorithm for you. It can't last. It lasts. Whatever will last for long must be that which is foundation on what is genuine and authentic. We know what the African youth can do. By 2050, 1 in every 4 persons on earth will be African. And what that means to us is that the youth must not only think about today, they must think about these targets. Some of us might have been gone, might still be alive. But by that 2050, we are going to have the largest workforce. But by that time, will this advantage be a disaster or a dividend for us? For that to be, it means we will have educated youth. Educated youth. Education is not just about certificates. We have certificated ignoramus. My friend always say that is antithetical. That is not. But I said some people have certificates, but between you and I, they are certificated autonomous. People who pay their way through. I once met a young man who came to training from a particular school. And after 5 minutes conversation, I said, "Are you sure you graduated from this school with that class or degree?" Today, it is not just about certificates. It's about education. Education goes beyond certificates. My grandmother will say, "We should go, I lead you the wiki shop." Being able to go to school or being able to read does not mean that you are educated. Education, being able to write it or write, and when you say you are educated, means that you are open to knowledge. You are open to learn. You are able to. That's why I'm really very, when Toby said I should record this, I feel like, okay, I want to learn. Yes, I'm a professor, but I'm a professor in social anthropology and cultural sociology. I'm not a professor of business admin. I don't have a first degree in business admin or first degree in IT. Some of you are very smarter. You are smarter than myself. I have the gadgets because of my friend, my son. I have the tablets, I have the phones, I have blah, 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 blah. But the reality is, some of you are smarter than that. So is it going to be a dividend for us, or is it going to be a disaster? Why will it be a dividend, or why will it be a disaster? Charity begins at home. What do we have? What is ours? What can we sell out there? What is it that is peculiar to us environment? For some time I've been, taking care of myself, using Neguro, Efirin, Konofu, all those items. So I had BP scare about 5 years ago. And then the doctors started giving me the drugs to use. And I said, because actually after 1 or 2 weeks, this thing was not going. I'm sorry to be a bit, my genital was not working so well. So I went back to the hospital and they said, it's because of the drug. And then I look at my age there. I look at myself and I say, I hope this is not going to be the end of, this is who cannot fall now. So I was looking for alternatives. So I look at it and I felt like, okay, we have some good apps and also a change of lifestyle. So I've learned that our fathers use apps, but I've been educated that a change of lifestyle can be very important too. Resting when I should rest, staying away from certain food. Then I used to drink heavily. Run away from that. And after a few weeks, months, I'm not. But I make sure that I take those drugs once in a while. I don't. Those three corner shape stuff with my own case. I put with cinnamon with Efirin, and then I boil it. Then I drink morning at night. Like 2-3 days, I stop for like 2 days. I rest when I have to rest. So, but we have what we have. My university during the COVID, we had our drug. We produced our own drug. When people say that there's no drug for it, we look inward and we are making money from fluoxetine. It's called fluoxetine. We made money. After Olali University made money on fluoxetine. The federal government actually also adopted it. Indigenous knowledge is accumulated through generations of interaction with local environment and communities. We have some things that are peculiarly ours that many of us can harness and develop for the future. We have some things we can bring. Somebody was talking about Singapore, the Asian tigers, and I was talking about how they took palm oil, the seed from here, and then they adapted it. Another person was telling me how they brought cassava and they adapted it here. But we look at the environment. It is very important we understand that indigenous knowledge is that local knowledge that is unique to a given culture or society, and mostly forms the basis of our local level decision making in agriculture, healthcare, food preparation. This is essential because knowledge developed through lived experience and local problem solving is more enduring. Another anthropology of indigenous knowledge. I think one of my slides is missing here because there's another slide that is supposed to be for the Africans, the perspective of Africans. Indigenous knowledge also has cultural capital. Indigenous knowledge has cultural and community-based knowledge. It is about local and contextual, experience-based. We have the population. And if you want to make money, you have to think about those who buy it. It should serve as the foundation for innovation. Because indigenous knowledge is not merely what communities know. It is how communities have learned to survive, adapt, innovate, and flourish across generations. So we have environmental knowledge, agricultural system. These are the components of it. Conflict resolution system, community institutions. We are losing our values today. And we want to survive as a people. What? People like Abolore, nice. For instance, in music, people want to talk about making money, but they don't want to talk about the value. So you can do you can. But then, so what happens to those other people? What happens to the ethics of Omoluabi? Healing and health, I just talked to you about that. Our agricultural system. Traditional farming methods are not stupid. I have my son, where I am, I have one of my boys in Ado and also in Akure. Has a very big farm, 300 plots of land. He's a young man, around 30. What he's doing basically is a mixture of modern and traditional, but still going to be to do the other business. Indigenous knowledge is rooted in heritage, relevant today, essential for tomorrow. It's our strength. Common, you combine with those who have the knowledge of the way of the plants and everything, combine with those who have gone to school to study sciences. But when you want to produce it, when you are producing, you must work with the linguist. Those are when you are going to write. You are not going to only write it in English. You must write it. You write it in Yoruba too, in Igbo. But those other people. Building knowledge ecosystem for prosperous, innovative, and sovereign Africa is very important, because without the university leading the innovation renaissance, people will get it wrong. As youth, what must you do? You must learn from heritage, master technology. Technology is important. I think at this point, it is wrong for anybody not to learn digital skill, data literacy, AI, coding. But we are not saying it is an end in itself. It are means to an end. I'm not one of those who have problems with using AI. I'm not. I feel that, but how are we using it? Are we replacing it with our way of thinking? So when it's time to use, not to put it aside. Solve local problems. Build rather than consume. Think globally, innovate locally. You as youth are the innovation generation. You have been inspired by all the challenges we have in Africa, and you must solve the problem so that we can lead the world. So what are we looking for? What exactly are we here? Why are we here? We want to shift from the old thinking to new thinking. What's the old? What are the old thinking? Importing solution to innovating something within. Dependency to agency. I'm not saying don't go out of the country. Migration is a fact of life. I am not against people migrating. But what is Japa? And then I told people, when people Japa, then someday you have to Japa that in a hurry. For those who have watched that whole film, Uri, the man was so angry that he took the son of his country and said, "Oh, but no. It's not about you coming back. You want to run away. You run away for life. No. That is why we are not expatriates where we were going to. They come here, including every food that come here is an expatriate. We are migrants. Where we can also be expatriates. Make money, come back home. Learn from there, come back. Chinese did it. The Norwegians, I went to Norway, I've traveled to Europe as early as 2001, 2000. And I know that Norway is one of the best countries in the world today. But at the point, all of them traveled to America, to different parts of the world. Then they came back home. They want to go and learn. It is not enough for you to continue to say you are a social worker with the Pampas, Farubu, you are doing all of this social work and all those things. It's not social work. What about those that work in other people's home? But do you save enough not to forget? And did you improve yourself when you are there? Can you start a business back home? Can you put some of those things you have learned when you are working there, how they treated you? Can you replicate it here? So we cannot continue to run away by going to get things there. And then because we have some of these, we think we are better people than others. We must shun broad future to build future. From dependency to agency is very important, from consultant to creation, from borrow future to build. Our solution, our future, and the Africa we want are closely related. So my final message, Africa's greatest resource is not beneath its soil, but it is its people. By now you have realized that. Our resources, some of them will go, some of them will lose it in a few years to come. At 85 days, some of them talk. They have almost exploited some of them, exploited and exploited some of them. But the people are getting more. I just told you now that we're going to be 1 in every 4 in the world in Africa. The future Africa will be strongest when young Africa transform indigenous wisdom into innovative solutions for contemporary challenges. Building Africa's future from within requires 3 forces working together. Once again, I want to apologize for not being there physically. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. If there are questions, Oga Elijah, please. send them to me with their emails. I will reply them personally. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Although you can't hear me, but I'll convey the message later. Yes, I know a good number of us are already tired, but please bear with us. We're about wrapping up. We're going to have an interactive session now where we can engage our facilitators. We can ask them questions and they can respond to them. I know we have some questions or some comments that we want to make. But before that, we have one of our brand that partnered with us for YIFA 1.0. I want to give them 2 minutes to speak to our distinguished audience. Where is it? All right, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Barnabas from Bani Branding Company. So we are proud to be part of the partners for this wonderful event. And I've learned a lot personally. And one thing that I've learned that I will take home with me is that as Africans, we should innovate. Yes, and we should bring solutions to the problems that we face. And by that, we can promote ourselves and not be under the whites. So that's one thing I will take with me. And critical of it is the fact that to be innovative, there is one thing that is very important, and that is branding. I don't know if we believe that. Hello? Is branding important for innovation? Absolutely important, and that is where we come in. What service we offer, we base on branding, any form of branding. So you can just visit our website. I believe we all should have been given this little flyer. I believe it's going to go around. So you can simply take your phone, scan the QR code here. This is the QR code here to take you straight to our website. So instead of you having to worry about looking for branding people, going to Mokola, stressing, you can be inside your room or your bed, just take up your phone, scan this thing, and it take you to our website. You click on order a project, and then the next thing, you fill all the details of the project. And we will get it at the back end. We'll put a call through to you. Our customer service will put a call through to you. We'll discuss with you what you want, how you do it, how much it's going to cost you. And once we finalize the negotiations, and one very important thing is that you have room to negotiate with us. So once we are done with the negotiation, you pay 70% of it, and we start work. So once we are done, we give you a call, your work is done, you pay the remaining 30%, and that activates the delivery immediately. So you get it at your doorstep. So you're not leaving your house, you're not leaving your office, you're not leaving your class. So you take up your phone, scan, speak with us, we get the work done, we bring it back to your doorstep. It's as simple as that. So we'll be glad to have innovators from this program partner and work with us, and we believe you are going to enjoy our services. Thank you very much.
Request each and every one of us to know that his brand handled the branding for this event. If you go outside there, you see the red carpet and the backdrop for the vendors. It was designed by his brand. So thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. And I think you mentioned something about 70%. All right. Thank you so much, sir. At this point, we are going for the interactive panel session. And Professor Mars, please will humbly request that you come to the high table, and distinguished discussants that want to make or ask questions, please just raise your hand so that I can give you number 1. Okay, let's start for the branding guy. 1. I hope your question is not about branding. 1. Mr. Victor. 2. Very, very much passionate when it comes to anything African. He's also a seasoned Pan-Africanist. 3. Then, who else? Number 4. Where's Dr. Olali? Yes. So, Dr. David Olali will also be joining the panelists. so that further perspective can be made to the subject matter of discourse. Please, where's the second microphone? All right, so Sas and Mas, you will please help us respond to the questions by members of these events so that we'll be able to gain further clarity and insight. Perhaps you have contributions. You can know the floor. This is also the platform where you can make such contributions. So let's have you, number one.
All right, thank you for the opportunity. And I must really say I've learned a lot from each of the presentations. So thank you, sir, and thank you, Mas. My question is this. Part of the presentation, I add that there is a way that we can multiply the output from the production of yam. So I think I have something like, instead of the ratio 1:5, we can have ratio 1 to, as many as possible. But the thing, what has been bothering my mind is this. We have these theories, if you go to the research centers, you go to the universities, the theories are there. But by virtue of my job, I work with Globalcom and I was posted to a rural area, so where it's more of farmers. So when we get to the farms, we see that most of these farmers, they are illiterate, they do not know all of these things. So my question is, how do we bridge that gap between the knowledge and the practical? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this is correct. There's a gap between the innovation and the uptakers. So we have a number of channels for delivery that will make it inclusive. One are existing government frameworks like extension personnel. Each state in Nigeria has agric extension, and they have extension workers who are supposed to uptake the innovation and take it to the rural farmers. The problem the extension they have been having is funding, because to move around. But earlier they had World Bank, support to run what we call agric development program, which lasted for 5 years at first, then another 5 years. But now they are depending fully on government support, which we know that the budget for a particular year may not be passed until half of that year. So they have that challenge. So the private sector is now going into extension, and there's an aspect of digital extension also that is happening. So when people have their phones or a digital platform where they disseminate. But the key thing is that we have to have correct partnerships. There are some private sectors that will go into taking this forward. You see, like I said, imagine we here knowing about it, even if it's 1 or 2 of us that goes to spread this, it's going to work. So we need to identify the people that are ready to support it. NGOs are trying, including NGOs like Catholic Relief Service. We have the GACO Foundation. The AAF Foundation is supporting one currently in my department. So I think that is key. Then we also, it doesn't have to be that expensive. We also can, popularize this on social networks. And if anyone is interested to learn more about it, we can get in touch and have hands-on experience. I don't know if I answered that. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ma, and good afternoon, sir.
So the question about farmers being illiterate, I'd like to say that by illiterate, we mean they could not speak English or write English. That is our definition of illiteracy. Let's take note of that. We do not care whether they can read and write the Yoruba language, whether they can read and write the Hausa language, or whether they can read and write the Igbo language. Our standard for literacy is foreign. How we judge ourselves in terms of how knowledgeable we are is based on a foreign idea. Our reflection, the identity we're looking for, is foreign. And that's deeply troubling. And it seems as though Africa is the only place where the people look for validation from outside. Everything they own, everything they have is being spited upon by them, by the people. You see, that's the intersection of my work. That is the awareness my work seeks to engage. What is illiteracy? That I cannot speak English, I can't write English, but I know technology in my own language. I still keep telling people in JSS 1 at the Olali High School, the teacher that taught me introductory to technology says, technology is the application of science to solve human problems. She never said technology is the application of Western science to solve human problems. In the case of illiteracy in our definition, we are using a foreign standard to define. And that was why I said the problem of our nation is in the education. Respectfully, our teachers are teaching us something foreign. But how can you teach something you don't know? We're in trouble. Let me tell you, we're in trouble. We are in very serious trouble. I'm telling you, we're in trouble. I don't know how else to say it, but Africa is a place where we may never get to recovering or knowing what we once were. We may never. If you know how troubling this is, and that's the theory in which I wrote Whitening Scripture, where I explained that like the white now, right? Who we are, our identity has been T-pexed. We call it T-pex, right? We have been whitewashed. Have been cleaned up. We don't know who we are again. So the only thing we see are shadows of others. So we will always be playing catch up, catch up, catch up, catch up, catch up. Our own originality is being given to others. And that's happening even in the Japa. We cannot bet. It looks like there's a curse on us now. No, there's no curse. It's because we are being made to forget who we are. And when idiots and illiterates rule you, the true illiterates, when they rule you, you will be more illiterate, darkly illiterate. And that's what I'm talking about. Our curricula needs to be revamped. They need to be torn apart. You go to religious studies, they're teaching nonsense, telling you that. See, religious studies is teaching Christian religious studies. They're not teaching religious studies. Islamic studies at UI, we know is doing Islamic studies. That is Islamic, that's clear. But religious studies pretends to be doing religious studies, whereas the additional degrees to people who are Christians. Yes, I'm favoring Christian seminaries. I'm saying that openly. We have a problem.
A Department of Religious Studies says you are training students to be moral. No, you can't train students to be moral. You train students to be critical. That's religious studies, not moral. You don't know. Are you moral? Are you yours? Do you know what moral? Are you God? You can teach morality. I'm sorry. But that question is deeply troubled. I just wanted to comment and just draw. You ask, what's the, I don't know the solution. But if we got here through millennia of erasure, of erasing who we were, your great ancestors were erased, you are being erased. Listen, anyone who tells you that you can recover who you were in your lifetime is lying to you. America did not get, listen, America is a young country, right? But it gained the superpower status through bombs, not through sheer diplomacy, through intimidation, through assassination of peoples, through killing presidents. You saw they just killed one Iranian president. You know what I'm saying? They got a nuclear weapon. What does America have? Guns and bombs. Somebody said they're a Christian nation. No, they're a bombing nation. They'll bomb you. Violence. So what I'm saying is, when we buy into this ideology, we bought into an ideology that is permanently erasing us. Now, if you give birth to a child, just know that we're in a terrible situation. You need to admit that. And religion now plays that soothing role. Religion sort of comforts us, makes us pretend like we forget about all our problems and we think of heaven. And the people who gave us this problem, they're thinking about their heaven being here. They take your resources, they give you iPhone from your resources. They take your crude. Look, how much are you buying gas? I am illiterate, but crude oil is under my soil. I'm illiterate. Let's wake up. You need to begin to question the value of your degree. A degree that you get that does not help you to know that your great-great-grandfather or mother was a philosopher, that tells you that they were illiterate. Are you, who the hell is that professor? My mother was a philosopher. She doesn't have to go to UI or any university to be a philosopher. Okay? What university did Plato, did Jesus go to? Don't you respect Jesus? Don't you? You not respect my mother. Say she's a babalawo, she's a mamalawo. What does that mean? That means they are experts. They are knowledgeable. I'll stop there. But that's a troubling question.
Thank you very much to our distinguished speakers. So it has been an eye-opening event so far, right? So I want to use this medium as, you know, a Nigerian that is trying hard to innovate, just to express my frustration and maybe see if, you know, our speakers can share tips on, you know, how to be resilient in front of, you know, the various frustrations we have faced so far trying to innovate, right? So I work in Lagos as a financial consultant, and, you know, from my little survey so far, I debunk the, you know, I think the speech that, you know, our president made at the time, that Nigerian youths are lazy. No, Nigerian youths are not lazy. From my experience, youth are really striving. I mean, you see youths working multiple jobs, right? Opening various businesses just to put themselves out there to innovate, right? So sometimes last year, I think around the period when, you know, tax filing was due, right? So I got a notification of my, you know, the tax I paid for the whole of last year. And, you know, I was shocked. I was like, oh, I'm paying this kind of money to government on a yearly basis, and I don't even have lights. I don't have electricity, right? I don't have electricity. We don't have good roads. I mean, things are just really bad. And, you know, I was just thinking, if I had electricity, would I not be able to innovate more and pay more taxes to the government? Having electricity is tantamount to being more productive for me, right? So, I mean, that's like a typical frustration that, you know, an average Nigeria face. A lot of youths are out there putting themselves out there, trying to do multiple things, trying to see how they can run businesses and all of that, right? But the fact that the system is not working, light condition, bad road, bad facilities, and, you know, the country is like, will I say, more like a sinking ship, right? We keep paying money to the government, but we get nothing in return. So it sort of dampens the motivation of typical Nigerian youths, right? So I just want our speaker to like touch on resilience, right? To be honest, it's really tiring. Really tiring. That's why a lot of youths just say, oh, see, I give up. I'm moving out of this country to a country that works, where my efforts can actually bring returns on investment and all of that, right? So I just want our speakers to talk on that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mr. Victor. Okay. The comments as well as the sincere heart cry is felt, but the presentation never alleged our youth as being lazy. Probably there was a missing link. We rather commended what the youths are even doing currently. If you actually follow the line of the presentation. Okay. I thought to say the first presenter. Okay. Thank you. Resilience, yes. Discipline, a necessity, as well as objectivity. Even people who have jackpot, I just want to give you this very brief reality. Someone close to me, due to what you call frustration, left everything here, sold what might have been like the posterity for his generation to come, and then went to the UK for the greener pasture. Can you imagine? Not even up to 5 years. He had to move, relocate from there to Canada. Ask why. The bill, he couldn't sustain the bill. And so he relocated to that place. I'm not sure if there will be another challenge that will now move him to Asian country. So let's stay here. Let's adopt this mindset that where there are challenges, opportunities also thrive. A colleague of mine, actually my classmates, we finished the first degree together here in UI. Went to the UK as well. He came back and said he was like discouraged from returning, but he decided he would come. So he told me personally that is it power, energy, he got generator, he got alternative energy supply. Is it road or transportation or logistics? He got his own car. And he was telling me the way he encouraged himself to return by providing, will I say, remedial solution to what is plaguing our system from being motivational enough for youth to stay here. So if you think you have to do so many things, why don't you just first concentrate on one thing, succeed, and make impact, let people know you for that, and like our, is it the partner, branding, media, let them also be carried along, so that what you do in your little corner that is already thriving, through the branding and media, others will get to know. Thank God for the social media too. You can use those platforms, sell your products or your services, and you will soon discover, because my Prof, I'm sure you will hear about this Nigerian innovator who read microbiology, but is now into foreign reserves because he came up with soilless farm. He went to IITA for his NYSC, and he said when he was there, he was thinking, how would he make any impact for this 1 year? And microbiology, not agric, not
that should be Samson. Samson Ogbole was. He served with me as NYC. So, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, my Prof. It's not fiction. Do you know, I just want you to be, because our, our director said it's not about religion now. The faith we have should also give us that courage that with the hard work, the diligence and discipline, we will soon be announced globally. Samson is not a local champion, no. I'm sure my Prof knows that. He's into dollars across the continent, across, even beyond, outside. So he's not or what, but it has come to stay. And I was opportune to listen to him. He told us of how he even brought in partners in Lagos, that just individual who just indicate interest, and then they get returns without even leaving your room, my brother. Do you know you can make money? So don't see the impossibilities, but rather the opportunities that are with challenges, that with your little efforts and even the present enabler, I'm sure the sky will not be the limit. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Ma. Please clap for our professors. First and foremost, I'd like to say that the solution that we need to begin to return to is around the rebuilding of trust. Trust is the capital. There is no trust in the room. I don't think there's anyone here in this room who trusts the next person they are sitting with to the point that they can say, here is this money, I'm not loaning you, I'm just putting it into your business, I trust you, you return it in 5-10 years. We don't have that trust. So the issue is not so much as we as individuals becoming innovators, right? Or inventors, or earning in dollars. What does it matter? If you make all this money and bandits catch you because your friend sold you out, what does it matter? What does it matter when you make all this money, you surround yourself with fence and barbed wires and electricity, and one day you mistakenly electrocute yourself? They say it is witchcraft.
It is the enemies in your mother's house that don't want you to prosper. So we're dealing with a system that never wants Africa to rise as a collective. So as individuals, they say, oh, there is an Emeka, Emegwala, whatever, and oh, they say, oh, that guy is brilliant. That means, see, when they single you out of your neighborhood, that means everybody is stupid. What I'm saying is we need to normalize innovation. It should become normal. All right? See, poverty is a weapon now, has been weaponized. I came back to this country and I saw people walking like corpses. I saw poverty. I saw unsmiling faces. About a week ago, it had rained on the road I was plying. And it was muddy and the vehicles were getting stuck. We were stuck in this traffic for about, it was on tarred road, just mud, about 22 minutes. We're there. Our vehicle AC was not working. So we went down, it was dark. Then I saw some soldiers came by, they walked by, 4 soldiers. I was relieved that finally soldiers, maybe they're going to do their magic. You know soldiers, when you see soldier, you're born again. Become born again, you know. You adjust your behavior. 4 soldiers passed by, 15 minutes later we're still there. Nothing was happening. I came out of the vehicle. You know, I used to understand Agbero. So I tied bandana around my hand and I wore my knuckle buster in my hand. And I went up like one of the street boys too. Got to the soldiers. I saw Nigerian soldiers, 4 of them standing like vegetables. They were standing like or there. On the street, and the place was stuck. I'm like, are these soldiers? Are Boko Haram? I said, officer, what are you doing? We need to clear here. You go there. They look at me like you just woke up from sleep. I'm telling you, I was not embarrassed. I was crying in my heart. Said, these are Nigerian soldiers. These are people who want to go and fight Boko Haram. This one's, and he went there, and this one went there. Before I knew what was happening, they were beating one guy that was wearing a camouflage. I said, we need to clear traffic, leave them. They saw somebody they could take out their anger on. I had to wake them, but I said, officer, we have been here for close to an hour. You want to beat somebody in... I was clearing the traffic. I was giving soldiers... At least I don't look like officer, I have beard. I was clearing traffic. So what I'm telling you is, the morale is low right now in this country. I've never seen Nigerians' morale being low. We are low. There's depression. Serious one. So how do we come out of that? Listen, we are at a state where it is extremely difficult for you to desire to help another person in this country. Because even you are looking to take from another person. That's what we are. So we need to rescue ourselves from there. We need to come to a place where we rebuild trust. We cannot, there's no ignoring that. So speaking of resilience, right? What we are going through right now, we need more than resilience. All right? We need more than the mindset. We would need a mind shift to act. We must act. Those who are against us as Nigerians are not as many as those of us who have been punished. I'm telling you. During elections, they give you 5,000 naira and you collect it and you eat so that you can die. We need each of us here to take on this task, to be passionate about telling our fathers, our mothers that the money you are collecting is your death warrant. You must speak it. Mommy, daddy, that money will kill you. You need to say it because it literally is killing us. Nobody, listen, whether you like it or not, become the best genius in computer science and go to America. They don't respect you. Donald Trump said, you are a monkey. Do your worst. One student asked me, he said, what do I think? There's a visa ban. Say, what do I think? I filed for a green card. There's a pause on it. I looked at him, I said, do you want the truth or you want me to give you a pleasant answer? He said the truth. I said, what did Trump call Obama? He said, an ape. I said, what are you? Obama, who is a citizen, the first black president, was called an ape. You will become a naturalized citizen. What are you? You that cannot become president, what are you? So I need your degree to help open your brain to start thinking. So it's not about running out of the country. It's about finding a place where you can be respected. Our leaders, listen, we don't have leaders. We have masters. And we don't have citizens in this country. We are slaves. Our leaders treat us like slaves. If you go back to history, read Greek democracy and all these things. And it's unfortunate that I'm making this example of using the Greeks for democracy. Because democracy should be something each people have. The Greeks did not teach us how to govern. We had a laughing, we had different kings everywhere. You understand? So our leaders now should stop treating us like slaves. Our leaders don't respect us. They see us like puppets. They see us as disposable. That's why bandits can take a woman, chop off her head, and the governor cannot declare war. And you and I will continue going to school. We think it's normal. Tomorrow they take you. And then your family looks for ransom. Tomorrow they take that one. Are we crazy? They are picking us one by one. Don't you see that? We are like chickens in a coop. They are picking us one by one. You don't know which chicken will be taken next. Listen, we are at a point in this country where the normal thing, the only normal thing that should happen is a full shutdown. All activities paralyzed. All. No movement anywhere. Communities need to organize. Neighborhoods. Organize yourselves. You don't need somebody to tell you to defend yourself. You don't need an approval. Listen, you don't need an approval to defend yourself from me killing you. You don't need an approval. Self-defense is natural. You claim it. It is your right. But Nigerians have been mistaught to think that you need somebody to tell you to defend yourself. I was at the police station last week. I said I wanted to bail some people out. They showed me 3 boys who fought. I was bailing them out. What happened? These 2 boys went and attacked this guy. And this guy defended himself. Eventually, everybody was brought to the station. And I told these 2 guys, I said, you attacked him and you are still alive? I said, wow. You guys are lucky. I said, because if I were the one, I'll kill one of you. I told them, it's called self-defense. It is called self-defense. You came into my house for a fight. You need to get a fight. So Nigerians are being killed and Nigerians are praying for deliverance. No. Self-defense means act in defense. Thank you. Number 3.
All right, thank you so much. My name is David Adejumo. I'm a PhD student of History Department, University of Ibadan. I'm also a co-founder of Axis Meridian Consulting Limited. I'm also a Pan-Africanist. So I believe so much in Africa and I've always been advocating for Africa wherever I am. I've been involved in many Pan-African struggles in Ghana, in Togo, in Benin Republic. And I've seen the will of the African people to liberate themselves from these colonial masters that are stealing us and they control our economy. And I agree with Dr. David because he was saying something that is very important, that we are under a uniform of colonialism. We are not seeing it because we ignore these facts. And you can see last month or so, our president was trying to get loan from World Bank, but it was rejected. Because just like Dr. David said, they've lost trust in the Nigerian system to be able to sustain loans. Because why will be giving us loans from IMF, World Bank, the Chinese bank, and everywhere, and yet we are mismanaging it. We are using the money to pay bandits. We are using the money to sponsor political campaigns and elections. So that's what they use our money for. And I'm saying this because I'm very close to the government. I work with the Oyo State government too. So I've seen many things. I've written memos and letters and minutes of meetings. So I see what they spend the money on. So I see misplaced priorities. And I've also brought it up to the internet that we should invest this money in youth innovations. There are many youths across the street that are doing startups, that have ideas, innovation, but there's no form of funding from the government and from anywhere. And I also compare it to other societies like Rwanda. Rwanda is an African country, and I have friends there that receive grants from their government to do startups, various forms of grants, and they do it every year. I've seen it in Ghana, in Kenya, and other places. But in Nigeria, you're also doing good things through OPay, Money Points, and other digital platforms, and it's a good thing. I would just advise that we should also cooperate with other Pan-African organizations. Because there are many Pan-African organizations across Nigeria and Africa and West Africa and in the world. For me, I belong to the Black Panther Party. And we are taught one thing, which is the empowerment of the black community. And what do we mean by empowerment? It means educational, curriculum, cultural empowerment, social empowerment, and economic empowerment, as well as intellectual empowerment. So this gathering today is a good one because we have to seek on how to network and connect and reach a wider African audience. Because there is a wider audience of African youth across the continent that are ready to partner with us and cooperate with us once we have the right systems in place and we have the right teams to go out there and meet people. Because right now we need to unite ourselves as Africans. And that's why I appreciate what Ibrahim Traore and all these leaders in Sahel Africa are doing. And Kwame Nkrumah said this too, that for Africans to be free, we have to free ourselves from neocolonialism because it's a yoke. Because I don't see why USA will determine our economy. Yeah, I've been done soon. So I'm just trying to make a vital point. Yeah. So it's about our unity as Africans. It's very sacrosanct and important for us to unite. Because you focus on the economic aspect and the youth aspect. It's very important for us. So my question is to Professor Oladejo. Yeah, so I have a very important question for you. That how do we bridge the divide between the digitization of economy in Nigeria and technology? Because Nigeria is backward technologically. So how do we do that in a country like Nigeria that is lacking compared to other countries in the world?
Please, this is what we're going to do. We're going to ask all our questions. Our facilitators will take note and respond at once, please. So your question was directed to Prof about digitalization, right? So I believe you got the question very aptly. Sir, let's have your question. Please, straight to the point.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Olali. I appreciate everything. Thank you for this symposium. You were talking about morale. And, when it comes to morale, as an entrepreneur, as an individual, you are trying to change. You are trying to change the nation. Maybe you are a young man, maybe you are 15 years old, you want to be like Dangote, you want to do big things for the nation. Then the system, the Nigerian system, you can't even survive as an individual, as a person, talk less of wanting to change. You want to, so where does, because that's one of the things that loses morale, on like where we lose our morale. No system, the systems are not supporting entrepreneurs, the system are not supporting us in any way. We have to hustle ourselves, we have to feed, we have to, you understand what I'm saying? And in cases where you have responsibilities, you have family, you have, that's that and that. Then secondly, a nation that kills its people, that talks down on its people, like there was a time, okay, I see this as we are using scholastic method to cause a revolution, a good change, which is good. And the government there might not necessarily want to employ the policies, even if use policies, there's the issue of siphoning money. There's no check and balance to ensure that, okay, the policies that they employ, they use money, they steal it for their personal gain. Now, yes, okay, so having seen all these things, like a nation that destroys its people, that kills its people, like for example, during there was this riot that happened. You see, I don't know the exact word to use, where the youth came up and they were fighting against it, and then the government killed others. There are things I witnessed. I've been there live since. So why that will kill the morale? So why should we fight for or want to change Nigeria as a way? We just want to go to a better place. So you understand what I'm talking about? So that's sorry for.
It was well detailed. So Dr. Olali, please take note of that question. Please take note of that. Yes. Who also have? Please, let's just take note so that we just respond to them at once. We don't have the luxury of time. 1, 2, 3. That's it. Okay, so we've taken 3 plus 3, that's 6, then 7. 7, we ask one question now before the others. All right, so my question is directed to you, Professor Balogun. When I saw your bio, I was highly impressed because agriculture has to be the fulcrum of a nation economy, but we all know what's happening now. There's been a total shift. And I was listening to one of my mentors. He was interacting with an Israeli, and the Israeli was telling him that in Israel they practice an agricultural system called agrophonics. You might correct me, where they plant in water. So when I heard that, I was really challenged because they don't have beautiful fertile soil like we have here in sub-Saharan Africa, and yet they're able to do what they do and they export to other parts of the world. But one of the things we must not shy away from is the fact that there are available financial resources. I believe so much in motivation, but I'm also a realist. We can have practical tidbits on how to do certain things, but the reality is that the necessary financial background is not available. This guy, Femi Otedola, released his book recently, and on the first page he was telling us how his father, his uncle, gave him £250,000 to start up a business. And is that expected to motivate a young entrepreneur in Nigeria that doesn't have a substantial financial background? I believe you understand. So how do we bridge that gap? Because finances, financial resources is very, very crucial, especially when it comes to innovation, when it comes to impact, and when it comes to continental contribution. Thank you so much. Yes, the next number, direct.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. My question is on leadership, and I think I'm directed to Dr. David. I have a younger brother who is a twin. He has refused to write JAM. He has written like his sister is in Part 4 law here in UI. Him is still at home. I have talked to him. I have done everything. So, but he's very when it comes to politics and argument, and he outrun me in those things. So I don't know what to do again. So how can you help me out with the guy?
Okay, I use God. The next person.
Thank you, Dr. Olali, Professor Balogun, and Professor Ladele. As someone new, I would say I'm new into the educational profession, and like in education, we say education is a tool for social change. And about innovation, innovation has to do with social change. And particularly, I would like to direct this question to Professor Adeyemi, but he's not physically on seat. Talking about indigenous education, Dr. Olali mentioned something that we need, that the education given to Nigeria is too foreign to meet the need of African. Then, as someone new in this education, I would like to ask that how can we incorporate indigenous education into Western education in the classroom as a teacher? Because we can't deny the importance of Western education. Western education has contributed to technology at a large impact. Talking about genetics, AI, they are all influenced majorly by Western education. We can't wrap off that. So how do we incorporate indigenous education into Western education? I'm sorry to ask. Indigenous education has, because then there's nothing like kidnapping, insecurity, because they were basic, they were more moral. Now it seems moral is a lacking this thing, and that is why
someone can just decide without thought, kill, behead, kidnap, and all this. That's because moral itself is leaking. So I think morality is also one basic important of indigenous education. So coming back to my question, as a teacher, educator in the classroom, and also to our professor, how do we incorporate African indigenous education to Western education? Thank you so much.
Last question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for this wonderful program. And my question for Dr. David. Sir, you talked about innovations, ideologies, and all that, and it actually caught my attention to this. Now, we can compare the Western system to African system. African system, we have ideologies, we have initiatives, and they are just there. Nobody's helping them. So my question is that in a system whereby we have innovators that are struggling to survive, how do we help them out? Because if we say that there's no initiative anywhere, we are wrong. But we see politicians, leaders, they are equipping themselves, their family, not the system that will bring out the future of Africa. And that's why you see in terms of female in Western, you see that the Western people will sponsor people to bring out their own system out. The kind of Korean movie, the kind of movies that America will produce, it will change your narrative about America, even if they are not good. Why? Because there are some statesmen that are actually sponsoring these filmmakers, so that it will make it look like America is good, Europe is good. But yeah, we can have quality people, but they don't have quality cameras. They don't have equipment. They don't have anything. They don't even see anything there. So the glory that African is using, they are the survival of an individual. Funke Akindele and the likes, what they are pushing. But there's no state support. How do we maneuver that? And how this kind of program, at least we should have innovators, successful innovators that can pinpoint ideas and initiatives to at least build up something in Africa. Thank you, sir.
All right, our facilitators will respond to all the questions.
Thank you. The commander of the initiative across Africa continent. I'm sure you are also a witness. The divide is getting thinner. You are a witness. Because if Paystack guy could get that kind of reserve, I'm sure, and yeah, it was built on this same soil. Definitely, it's just a matter of inclusivity. Get involved. Currently, I'm very elated to tell you that my network, Datican, that is part of that citation, we now host in Nigeria an operational data center that even if the federal government is still struggling to have one functional data center. And do you know what a data center is? Thank you. Do you know what a data implies? All this data-driven innovation is because you don't have data. And it's, to me, it's like there is a sort of politicizing of aggregation. Time. Probably played a very short video. A very short video clip of what the essence of data could do to skyrocket us to even beyond the level that Africa, the Western worlds are even experiencing. And that's why we should have this culture or mindset shift that we will no longer provide the data sets that the Westerners are using to explore and even to break our boundaries. But we here in Nigeria, in Africa, should use our own data set to solve our problems and to create wealth. So that data center is called, you can Google it, Benji. It's operational. You can get data set, though is more focused on medical imaging. So, but as I'm telling you, having access even to the local data set, which was like an impossibility or like a kind of what do you call mirage, something not realistic before, just over decades. Now you can access data sets on different modalities: X-ray, CT scans, MRI, and the clinical records right within this place. So the gap is not still as wide as before. It's getting thinner, but it requires that you get involved when this culture of hiding up data, not wanting to, though there should be ethical use on data privacy, sovereignty, and some other ethical measures, yet we should all have the culture of enabling that divide or gap to become narrower. And I'm sure with data, we can solve our problems. The government that you think is not giving an enabling environment, is giving policy that discourage innovators or entrepreneurs. By the time we have our data buckets and we are able to come together to form a synergy where we can now have data sets on what our brother over there is working on, then from the African continent partnership that you also lead, we can then have aggregated data set. And with aggregated data set, the government, even though they may have policy that might not be favorable, but the aggregated data set will help us to see beyond the current time. And we can even have an edge over the culture and all those negative things that you may think is not helping entrepreneurs. I'm sure you get the point.
Thank you, Professor. My response to the questionnaire around where do we get the courage to get a morale to fight back. Some of these issues, like I said, require action. Where do we get? The answer is not simplistic. It's not that when you get to the supermarket, there is no tonic that you can buy and drink and have courage. Right? We live in a physical, in a real world. Where do you get courage? I like to use my story. Some people find my story to be inspiring. You may find my story to be inspiring. Maybe. Some people desire to make first class. Not only did I not desire to make first class, right? But I was not desperate to the point that I could not speak my mind to a professor. That means that there will be consequence. See, to want a world where you are courageous and there will not be consequence is to be living in illusion. Some of you pray and tell God to give you courage, but you don't want to get into a fight.
Listen, courage will come through the test. There will be the test. Your test is not my test. You will have your test. Your moment will come. That moment is your opportunity to drink the tonic of courage or cowardice. Several years ago, before I got married, I was in a vehicle with my wife. We were traveling to Ojo. When a police officer, before the nicer place, stopped the vehicle and was going to collect money, the police officer had a gun. I came down and I was confronting this man. And this woman that was supposed to be my wife-to-be, she started crying. Hey! Everyone's in there, take a law. Everyone's in the color, I'm being Iboni, no, Igini. I said, you will not collect what you want here. Was it foolish? Yes. Was it risky? Yes. Was it courageous? I wasn't looking to be courageous. I was just looking to stop that man from blocking us unnecessarily. Another occasion happened. I was escorting one boy who used to live with me. He was in statistics. I learned he did not finish. He was in statistics then. He was going to his house somewhere around Akbobo. We're walking by and we saw, just walking by, we saw this man was reversing his vehicle into the road, and there was this taxi driver coming straight. The man driving backwards hit the Baba. It was when we passed by that we realized it was Baba. The young man I was walking with said, "Bros, no stop, make we dey go." He knew I might stop. So I said, "I no go stop." We passed. As I was walking by, something told me, would you let that Baba suffer? And I told the guy, I said, wait for me. Meanwhile, came out. The man that hit the Baba came out, and he was speaking good English, telling the intimidating Baba with grammar. Hey, what have you done? Yeah, Chemsky, Yibo, Kiniko. I just came back. I said to the man, I said, what kind of English are you speaking? The English that you people used to spoil this country. The Baba was begging. Came out begging. I opened the Baba's door. I said, Baba, I want to call you. Came out, I'm motor law. Baba drove off. I told the man, I said, I'm a student in UI. You can come and find me. You people spoil this country with English. Now, we saw it. And you knew it. And you are speaking English. Well, that was not the reason I did not finish my PhD from UI. Okay, that's not the reason. But we need to be courageous. And courage doesn't come in our silences. When we speak up, there's something we used to have in Nigeria. Nigeria had an opportunity, Soros, okay. But we were silenced. It was a moment that could have been a turning point. We had already begun being killed, but we stopped before the revolution could materialize. Listen, there's no devil that can kill all of us. They will kill many of us. They cannot kill all of us. The point I'm saying is, even in protest, even in shouting and speaking up, you need to innovate. You need to strategize. Don't just go out like cockroaches. If the people you are fighting against know that you have strategized, you understand strategy of protest, they will reconsider some of their actions. I'm telling you, they will. Another person asked the question here, I'm responding to all of them, said, and also read. Where you get courage, you can get courage from the pages of history. Most of the things we're going through, they are not unique to us. They have happened before. They have happened elsewhere. Go read history. The French Revolution, the American Revolution. America was built on the backs of slaves. The Harvard University we all want to go to was built from the money of selling slaves. It was not built from prayer. They sold your father and your mother. The money was very good. Slavery was a good, profitable money. Look at banditry today. Okay? Slavery then was the banditry. Now, the people who are bandits today are going to be the economists tomorrow. And their next generation will say, oh, my father was a big man. No, their father were bandits. That's the truth. History repeats itself. No. People repeat history. History doesn't repeat itself. So if you are quiet, you are quiet. Good luck to you. And if you pray, you pray. Somebody said, why are you angry? Oh, I'm not angry. Somebody said, his brother refused to write JAMB. I don't blame your brother for refusing to write JAMB. Which school did Tinubu go to? Which school did Tinubu go? I don't know, please. Chicago, okay. Okay, excuse me. So, I'm not going to judge your brother's intelligence based on his refusal or acceptance to write JAMB. Okay? There's a history that has brought us to where we are. I don't know how to convince him, but to tell you a little bit of my story, I was the best repeater in my secondary school days. Nobody could compete with me when it comes to repetition. I repeated the classes 3 times. I won gold medal repeating. You know? And I used to have a girlfriend then, that the people in the neighborhood had to call the girl to rescue her from me. They said, she would near me. They said, are you mad? Do you know the boy who is your boyfriend? Koleba Secondary School. And she came and told me, I told her, they love you so much, because I'm telling you the truth. Somebody said I wanted her to leave me. No, they said the truth. But one day, listen to me. A Professor Jacob Olali, is he still here on campus UI? Is he busy where? I told this professor one day, I said that, he was doctor then. I told him that I was not interested in going to secondary school again. I will go and do external. This professor, this doctor told me one of the sharpest words in my life. I don't like people insulting me. He said, go and sit that your butt down. Go sit that your buttocks. Go sit down and go read your book. I felt he punched me in my gut, and I literally went and started studying. Those were the words that redirected my focus. Go and sit your butt down and study. Those are the words. I would go inside the forest, inside Abadina, on the trees, Apata, go read in the bush. Because I used to get easily distracted. If you study with me, you will fail. Because I will sleep and you will sleep. And during the daytime, you will not see me. I'm in the forest reading. And the friends, in the night time, will say, let us do till daybreak. And they'll come with me. They all will sleep because I will sleep. I was a lead sleeper. But during the daytime, I go into the forest. They didn't know. But listen, Ubangakman is the now. He said he will not read again. In the first class from UNAP. He said he always left when he comes to read with me. Listen, don't blame your brother. We're in a system where the examples are terrifying. Thieves, armed robbers, bandits are leading us. Look at the House of Assembly. Look, you hear what lawmakers say in their mouth. You ask yourself, what is the content of their brain? You see some streets, you ask yourself, do they have representatives here? People live here. It's up to us to take our destinies in our own hands. Someone asks another question. So I don't have a magic one. I don't want to simplify or make a simplistic response to him, honestly. But we can talk about that. I can talk to him personally. I don't want to disparage him unnecessarily. I don't know what his motivations are, right? Okay, I have nephews who behave like that too, so I don't want to disparage him. He said, how do we incorporate indigenous education into our moral education? Like what you said, right? How do we? Wait, okay. And I'll merge that to the person who said, see, America is about 250 years old. Okay? Human life and civilization began where? Where? In Africa. And if you attended my lecture 2 days ago, we learned something. When the professor who spoke, he talked about ko amala, ko ila. I learned something new that would help my own theory. I think and I believe that they stole our ideas and give us the impression that we are better than them. And that is the meaning and origin of modernity. Modernity is constructed through the violence against other people. That's how modernity emerges. Modernity does not emerge out of a healthy competition. No. In fact, the current modernity you have in the world is as a result of the successful subjugation of Africa. If Africa were not subjugated, modernity, the equation that has produced this modernity would have been impossible. It's not possible. Africa has to be subjugated, and Africa is being subjugated. Why do you think that our leaders steal money and there are banks out there to keep the money? They know these are stolen money, but well, they are monies they could use. So there's connivance. So they shouldn't pretend like they love you. No, they can give you visa, make you become citizens, right? But not equal. Not help you advance. No. They give you policies, economic, political policies that will keep you repressed, suppressed, subjugated. You keep being desperate for validation in foreign lands. And many of our professors here are bought into that ideology. You know, when you travel out, you tend to think you're better than everybody. You know, you have professors here who travel and they don't allow their graduate students to prosper. It's here, it's happening. And I won't mention names unless somebody puts their hands in my mouth. Okay? So we are teaching. I think that's a standpoint we need to. It has to be where the evidence. It has to be where the evidence leads. Is that not so, man? Someone says, let me take the final question. How can we have innovators or something like that? How can we have it? I think from this meeting, if you heard my introduction, we are moving into collaboration. And I'm happy to be meeting these wonderful scientists. As a matter of fact, they are here because our interns chose them. We didn't choose them. So we gave our interns the ability to function. Like I said, Elijah coordinated most of these things single-handedly, of course, under our guidance. So we had little or limited influence in everything you are seeing today, including the program today. They organized it. So we cannot talk about youth leadership theoretically. This is a practical aspect of it. Youth brought this to bear. And you need to clap for them for that. You should clap for them. And finally, I'd like to say and invite you all to begin to walk in conversation. Begin to speak amongst yourselves about the work you are doing. My research project is around what I've called the Comparative Heritage Project, where I am developing clusters, research clusters to pursue multi-fronted grant opportunities. Does not matter what field you are in, you are invited, right? Because I believe nobody will build our own Harvards for us. It is our duties to do that. And we need to be innovative and creative and entrepreneurial in doing that. So I welcome all of you to come on board. Let's do something. I mean it. We can build something. We really can. If the will is there. And if we can harness our own trust into a community, we can do that. You know, I've invested a lot over the years in the work that I'm doing. Right? And I believe it so much. And that's why I'm traveling to, I've done about 5 universities now. I don't have any sponsors from the US. I sent myself on the streets to make all of this. All right? So I invite you to join in. Let's see what we can do together. All right? No, I don't think we can just go to Orioke and be praying and not act. All right? I'm doing my own portion. I invite you to do your own portion. This is how I know how to act. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I think, can I say the master of ceremony was the one who asked that question about, okay, so, yes, there's something that's from time immemorial, Islam, people used to call, there is Abinibi, and there is, who knows the end of it? It's either you belong to the Abinibi or you belong to the ability. So all of them means what induces you to action. So, you know, some people are lucky. We heard from history that Dan Tata was the one that empowered Dangote, you see. And Dan Tata had his own children, right? Which of his children are we hearing their names now? Is what Dangote took the ability, you know, and combined with the homemade Abinibi of the inducer and stood out. But other children had access to the Abinibi, but probably did not have the ability. So the thing is that, you know, governments now these days, if you don't have the ability, call Panile, that is, you have the financial support from home. If you don't have that, government has put up a number of, you know, funding opportunities. But we, most of the time, don't well enough. We don't try. So we don't try to seek, you know, knowledge about what opportunities exist. And they will say, go to Bank of Industry, go to Bank of Agriculture. Government is trying to discourage free bread, you know, where people take money and they just spend it and they don't account for it. So at times they call it one-digit loan. At times they call it a milestone-based, you know, payment. Like if you say you do this, after that they'll give you this. You need collateral. I agree it can be a bit challenging to access some of the funds, but it's not impossible. And you don't need to start big, not too big. In actual fact, you know, in business, to minimize your risk, you don't put the 2 foot at the same time. You see, if you watch Dangote, it's very strategic. You see, it doesn't go into everything at the same time. It starts gradually. So you don't need to go too big. Just ask around, take some steps. In your families also, you may have few people who will support you. Just, I know, where is my daughter now? Did you know that she produces fruit juices? You see? And you like to patronize her. Fruit juices, markets, pineapple, juice it, package it. It may not need so much practical. So don't let us be discouraged. But there's something I urge all of us about, is to equip ourselves with knowledge. Because knowledge is power. When you don't know, you cannot do or say anything. It may be as little as, do you know that government is doing this? Do you know that your father has this thing? I say your father or your mother. Some of us don't take enough interest. You don't even know that the old man had a property somewhere that you can make a small, because we never take interest. Like Dr. Olali said, he said that we are waiting for validation from outside. Meanwhile, what you are looking for is actually at the back of your door. So don't keep quiet. That's the essence of conversation. Ask around, take knowledge, and be ready to take risk. That's what he was saying about being confident. Be ready to take some risk. You know, people who arrive first in a particular business and make it on time, they have taken the highest risk. By the time the other people wake up, you know, the business is gone. So please work together and then ask the right questions. I think we'll get there. Nigerian youths are very intelligent and very energetic. Thank you.
Our facilitators, and to Dr. Olali for those insightful responses. We are indeed very grateful. We are about drawing the curtain to today's event, and now we'll be inviting our regional president in person of Mr. Victor Akintunde. Okay, Awotunde, sorry, for his remarks. Mr. Victor. Yeah, Mr. Victor traveled all the way from Lagos, although he's not here physically, but he has been working with us. Permit me to use the word religious term in the spirit, and then it's a great pleasure to see this event coming to a huge success today. Mr. Victor, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you everyone for your time today. Thank you for bearing with us to the end of this program. So as we bring this inspiring event to an end, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to our distinguished speakers, organizers, and every participant who has contributed to today's enriching dimensions. One question that resonated throughout this event was, will Africa shape the future or simply consume it? The answer lies in our willingness to innovate. Africa has already produced remarkable innovators and businesses such as Flutterwave and MoneyPoint, demonstrating that world-class solutions can emerge from our continent and compete globally. A key lesson for today's discussion is that innovation should not be seen as something extraordinary or occasional. It should become part of who we are. As our director has rightly noted, if our certificate serves only as a means to leave Africa, then we must rethink the purpose of education. Our knowledge, skills, and creativity should be deployed to solve Africans' challenges and create opportunities for future generations. We were reminded that innovation begins with identifying a problem worth solving, whether it is insecurity, hunger, access to finance, education, healthcare, or technology. Every challenge presents an opportunity for innovation. As was pointed out today, even those who create problems often find innovative ways to do so, just like the case of banditry as cited by the director. Therefore, we must even be more innovative in developing solutions. An important lesson from Professor Oladejo is that innovation is a process. It is not an overnight success story, but a journey of continuous learning, adaptation, testing, and improvement. As the saying goes, Rome was not built in a day. Same goes for great businesses. They are not built in a day. They grew steadily through persistence, strategic thinking, and constant innovation. In my work within finance, I have seen firsthand that innovation is what enables businesses to remain competitive, profitable, and relevant. Investors are constantly searching for businesses that offer innovative solutions to real problems because innovation creates value and drives sustainable growth. Capital naturally flows towards ideas that can make meaningful impact while remaining commercially viable. We were also reminded that innovation knows no gender. The future of Africa requires the contributions of both men and women, and every young person has a role to play in shaping that future. As Professor Balogun emphasized, innovation must be harnessed to address fundamental challenges such as hunger and food security if we must continue to thrive as a continent. The solutions we seek are not beyond us, they are within us. The future of Africa will be determined not by the challenges we face, but by our willingness to develop solutions to them. For innovation to work, we must also learn from the world around us. Many of humanity's greatest inventions were inspired by observing nature. For instance, the concept of flight or aeroplane itself emerged from observing birds. Innovation begins with curiosity, observation, and the courage to ask, what if? I was particularly struck by Professor Balogun's statement that approximately 70% of what yam production comes from Nigeria. Imagine the possibilities if we apply greater innovation to yam production. Imagine the increase in efficiency, the improvement in yields, the creation of jobs, the attraction of investment, the contribution to national. However, innovation alone is not enough. We need the right partnerships, the right ecosystem, and the right support. Yet, we must also ask ourselves, are our ideas innovative enough to sustain those partnerships? Have we tested our solutions? Have we generated results that can be presented as evidence to potential investors and partners? Ultimately, investment follows innovation that is proven, scalable, profitable, and sustainable. As you live today, I encourage you to identify a problem, develop a solution, and take action. Africa's future will not be built by spectators, but by innovators, creators, entrepreneurs, researchers, and leaders who are willing to make a difference. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of everyone here, thank you once again. Thank you for your patience. And I also appreciate our speakers, our organizers, and everyone once again. Thank you very much for your time.
The President was speaking. The only thing that came to my mind is, this is the time to do what? To clock it. Thank you so much, sir. Our speakers, we can't thank you enough. We are indeed very grateful. And to all participants, please, you can connect with us. Ensure you scan the QR code. You can connect with the Valor Group. You can connect with Comparative Heritage. It's a project spearheaded by my mentor, Dr. David Olali. And there are a lot of initiatives. I assure you, this networking is going to be very profitable. Feel free to walk up to any of our speakers and even to Dr. Olali and say, sir, I want to network with you. And if he says no, come and meet the regional president and apply formally. But one thing I'm sure of is you'll be given free access. And to all our speakers, we are indeed very grateful. Thank you so much. Personally, I've disturbed all of you, and I want to apologize in advance. I won't stop here. So the mails, the phone calls will still continue. Thank you so much, man. All right. Anyone who successfully, information from Dr. David Olali, anyone who succeeds in an internship application will have a customized free t-shirt. So please hop on it. Oh my God, I like it's already taking his phone. So please, So please just scan the QR code and then you can apply. Do we understand? Please, let's network. So while we are drawing the curtain to a close now, we're going to have group photograph. So we're going to start with Dr. David, with our facilitators at the red carpet section over there. And please, all other participants can also follow. So please ensure you network, you interact. You never can tell. You can collaborate to provide solution to the daunting challenges facing Africa. So the African Studies Student Association, ably led by the President, Mr. Ifayomi, we're indeed very grateful. To the Secretary of State, thank you so much, sir. To all the executives that are here present and those who are not present, we sincerely appreciate you. To our media crew, Velus Studio, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. Mr. Sebasi, shine for the camera. Thank you so much, thank you so much. To all our volunteers, Faith, Dorcas, Deborah, everyone. Mr. Smarts, everybody, thank you so much. Thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. YIFA 1.0, a huge success, youths, innovation, and futures in Africa.
Mo fi ẹ̀mí fò mo ríre mo wájú mo gé ìrèdè kíjó mọ́lẹ̀ mo tún ta ká súfèé ó dùn mọ́ mi o ó dùn mọ́ mi o. Mutaraka musubu kinto kon onso yara gboro lora fesi ẹ̀sìn ogba ni ìwà ọ̀la ni ohun tó ní ló ń wá ní. Ọ̀rẹ́ dákun ròókò tó lọ. Mutaraka musubu kinto mo ń sọ yàrá gbọ́rọ̀.